Habari ya asubuhi. Good morning. Kwa hivyo ningewasihi tusimame ili tuweze kuomba. Kwa hivyo tuamini na tuombe. Baba, katika jina la Yesu Kristo, ni asante kwa sababu ya siku nyingine njema ambayo umetupatia maishani mwetu. Na ni asante pia kwa sababu ya kutukutanisha tena kama wanachama wa Acumen Sacco katika AGM nyingine ya mwaka wa 2021 ambao umeisha. Tunakuomba tunapoenda kuanza huu mkutano ya kwamba utakuwa pamoja na wewe, utakuwa pamoja na sisi. Tumeukabidhi kwako Baba wetu ili ukaweze kutuelekeza katika kila jambo. Ni asante Bwana wetu kwa sababu tunajua ya kwamba kuna mambo kadha wa kadha ambayo tungetaka tujadiliane, na ninaomba ya kwamba ukaweze kutupatia hekima ili tunapoyakabidhi mbele zako na tunapoendelea na kuyajadilia ya kwamba utakuwa pamoja nasi. Ni asante, tunakuomba ya kwamba ukaweze kutulinda tukiwa mahali hapa, na tukimaliza tutakupea shukrani, na ni katika jina la Yesu Kristo aliye Bwana wetu tumeomba. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I humbly request to welcome the chairman so that to confirm we are within the quorum, na hapo baadaye atuelekeze. Karibu chairman.
Washirika wenzangu, hamjambo? Mnanisikia kweli? Hamjambo? Tupungiane mkono. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you all. Yangu ni kuwakaribisha kwenye kikao hichi chetu. Ni mkutano mkuu wa wanachama wa Acumen Sacco wa 15 tangu chama kianzishwe, na tumedhibitisha kwamba tumefikisha idadi ambayo inahitajika kutuwezesha kuendesha shughuli zetu leo. Na kwa haraka tu nitawaomba nyote mliopo, kila moja asimame, aseme jina lake na namba yake ya wanachama. Nikianzia upande ule pale huko, na ujaribu kupaza sauti Jina na namba ya wanachama tafadhali. Waangalie washirika wenzako. Tuendelee hivyo chap chap.
Check.
My name is Joseph Kamaru. My number is 1285.
My name is Julian Wakafa. My number is 222.
My name is Irene Nyanduko. I've forgotten my number.
My name is Sarah Mwende, 1397.
My name is Jacinta Njoroge, 2104.
Peter Sontkemeo is my name. Membership number is 1900.
Anne Wangui, 967.
Name is Cynthia Kimosop, member 1841.
Munmaina, number 470.
Mashere representing Veronica, number 1085.
Ruth Kingori, 1737.
Violet Okabi, number 340.
Pauline Mwashigadi, 492.
Martin Gashanga, 2091.
Jared Bikundo, 2088.
Charles Mogo Maora, number 74.
And I request we keep our masks on even as we speak.
Henry Godeka Mudachi, 1784.
Simeyu Paul, number 1615.
Charles Kariuki, 1551.
Teresia Kinuthia, 919.
Simon Papa, 1808.
Agnes Kariema, number 615.
Richard Mwangi Kamau, 0616.
Munyao Ismail, 8069. No, sorry, 8067.
Kimani Rido, 1402.
Mary Njoke, 1314.
Richard Marusoi, 628.
George Masinde, 605.
Ndongo, 0982.
Maina Joseph, 949.
Betty Chumo, representing David Lemayan, 596.
Peter Omondi, I forgot my number.
David Minor, 1231.
Kamau Wilfred, 1891.
Samson Dambuki, 716.
Lucy Moshiri, 1289.
Margaret Maina, 2025.
Deborah Mwikali, 1981.
Sylvester Tanui, 310.
David Duero, 320.
Gikonyo Rugo, 1140.
Esther Gikonyo, 439.
Grace Jerry, 1046.
Grace Muigai, 027.
Macharia James, 57.
Irene Mutuku, 2097.
Domitila Musioki, 449.
Diana Lekishon, 1740.
Justin Njiro, 2107.
Hi. I don't know my number. Oh, I'm Rewell Kiundu.
Hatukusikia hiyo.
Oh, naitwa Rewell Kiundu.
Caroline Obwanda, 920.
Isaiah Shimwati, 1126.
Juliet, 1998.
Mary Kenodia, 1970.
Mark Juguna, 617.
On behalf of Mark Juguna, Peter Juguna.
Nahashon Inga, number 26.
Harriet Muirore, 221.
Margaret Mirara, 94.
Alice Kahuko, number 255.
Rahab Mugo, 21.
Langat Peter, 09958.
Mark Osiche, 667.
Eric Omondi, 1689.
Tony Warokera, 823.
Benjamin Hezron, I've forgotten my name.
Caroline Badi, 1279.
Lucy Gitonga, 227.
Mary Rimui, 91.
James Wahome, 1366.
I'm Austin Kiragu, forgotten my number.
John Mushai Mohenja, I don't know my number.
Eva Cielo, 123.
Latifaru Jenga, 357.
Michael Osore, number 1388.
Susan Wasela, 1225.
Jane Richu, 1714.
Jane Joroge, 418.
Moses Kinyanjui Hisharu, 116.
James Sagero, 1072.
Simon Kamau, 799.
Jimmy Modoni, 1956. Edith Donga, 1262.
Mary Goba, 2038.
Mary Gatune, 2052.
Rachel Danson, 0036.
I think, thank you very much, fellow cooperators, for that introduction. I know we have a number of former board members, Rahab Mugo, Jane Joroge, Leonard Kamau, Stephen Maina. I would request them to come up to the dais. Former board members, Jane Joroge, nimesikia jina yake. Leonard Kamau, Stephen Maina. Okay. I'll quickly introduce the board members who are with us here, and I'll ask them to make self-introduction, starting with my extreme right. I think you can use that one.
Good morning. Hamujambo nyote. Kwa majina ni Joseph Kimani, member number 4, namba 4. Asanteni.
Next, Julius.
Good morning again. Julius Muinde, number 618.
Hamjambo. Majina ni Saropa Kimenjo, number 209.
For the board members, I think we still have, I think the secretary will introduce himself as he takes us through the MC duties. We have three other members who are on their way. The treasurer, Peter Mwangi. We have Pauline Kamba, and we have Jane Mombi Kamau, but they are on their way. The next team is the supervisory team.
Not behind him or me or her.
Kagueria.
They are sitting in front.
Good morning.
My name is Ernest Kiraumugo, member number 0344, Chairman Supervisory Committee.
Habari zenu washirika. Habari zenyu siwasikii. My name is Stephen Boyer. I serve in the Supervisory Committee as the Secretary at the moment. Asanteni kwa kuja.
Hamjambo nyote. Majina ni Katie Kagweria, Supervisory. My membership number ni 343.
I think the other board member has arrived. I ask her to introduce herself.
Habari ya asubuhi members. God is good and all the time. Naitwa Pauline Kamba, board member, member number 183. Asanteni.
I think we are done with that. Staff members, I would request our staff members present to introduce themselves, starting with our CEO.
Morning members. My name is Moses Madhu, CEO, member number 658. Maybe the staff members who are around, Kaleche, you can introduce yourself.
God is good. My name is Francisca Kaleche. You are Asha. I know some of you tumekutana, and I'm member number 776. Thank you.
Good morning, members. My name is Hilary Cheruyot, the accountant, member 859.
Okay, we still have
Good morning. My name is Jessica Chirono, member number 2100.
that is our newest staff member and our youngest member in the cooperative, Karibu Cherono. I think we have others who are welcoming fellow cooperators out there. We will introduce them at the most opportune time. Na niliyesimama mbele yenu naitwa Inaina Kiganya, member number 0090. Kwa sasa nimeshika usukani wa mwenyekiti na wakaribisheni katika hiki kikao, na mpisha katibu wetu atuelekeze kwa hiyo hatua nyingine. Asanteni sana na karibuni sana.
Asante sana chairman. Kwa majina yangu naitwa Duati Benjamin, member number 18, na mimi kwa sasa ndiye secretary, na tutaenda moja kwa moja na ili tuweze kusoma notice for the meeting. Notice for the meeting ambao ni ukurasa utaiona hapo after the program. Nataka kusoma notice. It is dated 21st of January 2022 to all members. Notice of annual general meeting AGM. Notice is hereby given that the 15th annual general meeting of members only will take place on 5th February 2022 at the Catholic University of East Africa Choir Auditorium off Magadi Road from 9 a.m. The following business will be transacted. Number 1, reading and confirmation of the minute of the AGM of the annual general meeting held on 20th March 2021. 2, chairman's report. 3, supervisory committee report. 4, consideration and adoption of audited account for the year ended 31st December 2021. 5, consideration and approval of the 2022-2023 budget. 6, determination of the maximum borrowing powers of the cooperative society. 7, appointment of auditors for the issuing year. 8, election. 9, resolution. 10, AOB. This is in compliance with Section 27, subsection 5 of the Cooperative Society Act number 12 of 1997, amended in 2004. Yours faithfully, Hon Secretary. That is the notice of today's meeting. I want to welcome Chairman for the adoption, and I can see he has just stepped out. We can adopt the minutes or the agendas of the day so that we proceed. Chairman.
So I request that we get a proposal and the seconder for the notice of the meeting which forms the agenda for the day, ndio tuweze kuendelea na shughuli zetu za leo. Proposal please. Mushiri.
James Mushiri, member number 246.
Seconder. Seconder please. Apewe microphones. Okay, asanteni sana. So I think we can move to the next item of the agenda.
The next item is reading and confirmation of the minutes of the AGM held on 20th March 2021. And that is in page number 9 through to page number 15. And I believe that we have read the minutes that were there. That is from page number 9 to page number 15. Because I'm not going to read word by word, because the items were circulated because of the time. So I hereby request for the adoption so that we can go to matters arising. Page number 9 was the board members who attended. There is amendment number, there is a missing board member, Salopa Kemenjo, so that one will be included. Through page number 10 was the reading and confirmation of the previous minutes. The same page had the chairman's report for that day. There was an audited accounts. The page number 11 was the supervisory committee report. And also briefs on the chairman's report, the same page. Page number 12, the minute 5 was addressed by sub-county cooperative officer. Minute 6 was addressed by David Kerich, State Department for Cooperative. Minute 7 was address by the chief guests, Deputy Commissioner of Cooperative, Francis Washira Waweru. Page 13 was the audited accounts, that's minute 8, audited accounts. Page 14 was consideration and approval of the budget, that's minute number 9, consider an approval of the budget of 2021-2022. Minute 10 was the issue of appointment of auditors, maximum borrowing power, and light-off. Minute 11 was the election. Minute 12 was award. Minute number 13, page number 15 was AOB. And minute 13 was the vote of thanks. That's the minutes of the previous meeting. So I hereby welcome the chairman for the adoption of the meeting, of the minutes, so that we can proceed to the next.
Okay. Proposer and seconder for the minutes, to adopt the minutes so that we can go to matters arising, please. Proposer. Yes, I can see one at that far end. And seconder? Seconder, please. Mushiri, mic hapa tafadhali. Fourth row, fourth seat. The gentleman in a cape, in a black cape. Listen. Yes.
My name is Violet Wakabi, member number 340. I propose.
Thank you.
My name is Alex Mwangi. I second.
Thank you. I think Secretary, you can take us to matters arising. Two matters arising.
Page number 16. We have picked a few items there in line with the matters arising or the issues that were raised last time. And in minute number 4, there was an issue of strategic plan 2021-2022. Minute number 4, the chairman's report, he raised a concern, or he indicated that there will be a strategic plan for 2021 to 2025. And I can confirm the status. The new strategic plan is being implemented with monthly report tabled to the board to monitor implementation progress. That is the status. The strategic plan is there and is being implemented. Number 2 was the issue of loan delinquency. And the status is aggressive loan follow-up procedures have been adopted. The board is in its final stage of engaging a debt collector to recover totally defaulted loan. Strict appraisal is now carried out. Members are encouraged to use collaterals to secure loans. Those are the few items that we picked, unless members have something else that we can pick from there. If you have a concern that is not yet addressed, you can raise up your hand and it can be addressed in regard to the minutes that you have gone through. You just raise up your hand, then it can be addressed, please. Yes? and you quote the minutes so that we can refer.
Thank you very much. I'm David Duello, member number 320. Actually, I don't know whether I'll be able to quote the minutes itself, but I just noted that in the column of the presence in that meeting, members are not listed. And yet we are supposed to propose and second the minutes. So how sure are we whether the one who proposed and seconded the minute was present in the meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Our society is growing by day. Currently, we are 2,000. We are over 2,000. So the list of all members that attended the previous meeting, it is there in the office for any verification. It is because we are growing in number. There is a time we shall be over 10,000. So the list is in the custody of the office. It's well kept and it's there. I can confirm that. Any other concern? If there is none else, then we can proceed then to the next item on our program. We can proceed to the next item on our program. And the next item is supervisory report. Supervisory report. I hereby welcome the chairman, supervisory, to proceed.
God is good. God is good, and all the time. I will give my report from Supervisory Committee. Can I have the mask on? Annual report for the year ended 31st December 2021, or December 31st, 2021. We are pleased to present our report to members for the year ended 31st December 2021. There is a one missing on that, so it will be it's 2021, not 202. We are thankful to our members for the continued support and patronage of Sacco Society products. We thank the board for the continued support they have accorded the Supervisory Committee to achieve its objective of assisting the Management Committee to implement recommendations. The Supervisory Committee wishes to present its findings, and the recommendations are as follows. Financial performance. The society has grown tremendous. The society has shown tremendous growth in incomes, deposits, loans, and shares. And there is a table there, which I will try to read. The income has grown from 2019, 2020, and 2021 as follows. In 2019, it was 26.4 million, 2020, 29 million, and 2021, 39.7 million. Deposits in 2019 was 221.6 million. 2020 it was 257.7 million, and 2021 is written there 298. It's not 298. It's 296. You make a correction. 296.3 million. Loans have also grown. In 2019 it was 188.8 million. In 2020 is 246.1 million, and 2021 is 300.9 million. Shares 17.3 million in 2019, 2020 is 18.9 million, and 2021, 20.7 million. That's now for the financial performance, and we can come to the ratios where the liquid assets was 2.9% in 2019, 2020, 23.65%, and 2021, 19.13%, against the requirement of 15%. And then in the core capital is 12.5, 12.0, and 14.5, again against a requirement of 10%. Core capital 15.2%, 13.7%, and 18.1%, again 8%. Institutional capital 6.6%, 5.5%, and 8.9%, against 8%. The society has been able to utilize available resources to stimulate growth over the years, despite the difficult economic environment experienced. From the review of the operations, the society is able to meet its obligations as they follow due, as depicted by cash flow statement. The board was able to maintain expenditures within the approved budget limits for the year 2021. Compliance. The society has also complied with statutory deductions as enacted by the various government bodies, capital adequacy ratios as required by SASRA, and county government licenses as required. The board has also observed internal policies and bylaws in exercising their mandate. Membership. The Sacco membership has grown over the last 15 years to 2067 members. With this growth, the society has realized some challenges or have met some challenges, and therefore, 1, Supervisory Committee encourages members to utilize mobile banking, faster banking, and pay bill while making deposits. We also encourage management to fight the hindrances which make members not use the above mentioned services. That is, we are seeing few members who are not really using all of the facilities, and we are asking them to find out why. Number 2, as the business grows, the society needs capital increase in order to have competitive advantage in the financial industry. The Supervisory Committee recommends board to come up with a strategy to increase shares to grow the capital and the core capital. 3, the Supervisory Committee proposes an increase in target group training in order to increase awareness. In addition, the committee encourages the management to use available technology to train new members since it is convenient and time-saving. Committee encourages members to continue introducing new members through referrals. Loan default. The Supervisory Committee urges management to ensure loans are paid back promptly. This will avoid the guarantors' deposits being recovered to pay off the defaulted loans and listing of defaulters in the CRB. We urge the management committee to continue engaging debt collectors to assist in recovery of loans. We acknowledge the decline in provisions for non-performing loans in financial year 2021 due to resumption of repayment of previously defaulted loans in 2020, mainly attributed to improvement of economy in 2021, as COVID-19 effects and restrictions were eased off by the government. However, we encourage the strengthening of the loan recovery process. Technological risk. Cybersecurity has been a threat to financial institutions which have embraced technology in their operations over time. The Supervisory Committee recommends management to be highly alert to technological changes and cybersecurity threats. Board of Directors should invest more in technology and conduct regular system audit to curb this risk. Strategic plan. Supervisory Committee congratulates the board for formulation of strategic plan covering 2021 to 2025. The Supervisory Committee will continue to monitor and oversee the progress of set goals of for the interest of members. Conclusion. Based on our monthly reviews, the Sacco's internal control environment is satisfactory in detecting and preventing occurrence of fraud and errors. We wish Acumen Sacco fraternity a fruitful year full of blessings. Thank you.
Let us clap for the chairman of supervisory, please. I want us to adapt the report so that we can discuss it or we can ask any question. So I humbly request for a proposer and a seconder so that the chairman supervisory can answer any query arising from his report. I humbly request for a proposer and a seconder, please. For the purpose of adoption, so that we can discuss.
Anthony Kimani, member 202.
Thank you, Anthony. God bless
Proposer,
you. Seconder, please. Seconder. Masharia James, number 57. And now we can ask questions in regard to the supervisory committee report, and the chairman will handle the questions. So if you have any, just lift up your hand. We are going to take all of them together so that he can answer. Please just lift up your hand if you have any concern from that report. Then we can discuss or we can get an answer from the chairman, from the supervisory committee chairman. Okay, so we are okay. Thank you so much. Then it means I will allow supervisory committee chairman to sit down so that then we proceed to the next. Thank you, chairman. Tumpigie makofi mazuri. Thank you so much. I now take this opportunity to welcome the chairman so that he can give us his report. Welcome, chairman. Tumpigie makofi anapokuja tafadhali. Thank you.
Kwa mara nyingine tena, hamjambo washirika wenzangu. Hamjambo. Tunaendelea vizuri? Sawa sawa. I'm going to make my brief report which has been compiled by the board for the year that has just ended. That is 2021. And I think you all have it in your booklets, I think on page 23, if I'm not wrong, 23, 24, if I'm not wrong. Yeah? Oh, sorry, page 17. Sorry. And for those of us who have come in just now, we had done introductions earlier on. So feel welcomed. And for those of us who are following us online, we are live on, we have a live YouTube stream. Karibuni kwa mkutano wetu. Huu mkutano wetu ni wa 15 tangu chama kianzishwe mnamo mwaka wa 2008. Na mnakumbuka kwamba ni mkutano wetu wa kwanza tangu mwaka jana na mwaka juzi ambapo tuligongwa na hili janga la COVID, na mnajua zile athari ambazo hilo janga lilituletea, sio tu sisi katika chama, lakini katika maisha yetu binafsi, uchumi, shughuli za usafiri, na pia mahusiano yetu katika jamii na katika ulimwengu. Na ndiposa tunapokusanyika leo, tunayo kila sababu ya kuwa na furaha, kushukuru kwanza kwa uhai, kushukuru kwamba kibunga kinaelekea kupunguka ingawa hakijaisha, kwa hivyo hatufai kupunguza tahadhari zetu, na kwamba shughuli zetu za biashara, riziki zetu, shughuli za jamii, usafiri zimerejelea katika hali yake ya kawaida tuliyokuwa nayo kabla ya March 2020. And it is for that reason that because of those developments, the opening up of the economy and the sectors that had closed, businesses that had collapsed have started rising up. The net effect of this positive development has been, for us, has been felt last year. Members have continued investing in borrowing their loans. And you know, we continue having rising fuel prices, but that notwithstanding, we are very happy because members who had been unable to repay their loans in 2020 were able to do that in 2021, and it helped us improve the risk, the loans at risk, the loans that were at risk of not being repaid, which you remember affected us very badly the previous year. Lending increased, and loans at the risk of default decreased. In 2020, the measures that our board of directors took to alleviate the financial burden for members while making sure that the society's business goals were realized paid off in 2021. The key steps, the major step we took was restructuring of loans, and in some cases we even temporarily froze loan repayments for members whose incomes were adversely affected, because as you know, the nature of our business membership is most of us are in business, and if the business has suffered, it is not a member's fault. But in 2021, I'm happy to report kwamba kiasi cha mikopo ambayo tulikopesha kiliongezea kwa karibu 44% kutoka milioni 216 hadi milioni 300. Hiyo ina maana kwamba tulikopa karibu milioni 90 hapo, ambayo ni hatua nzuri kwa chama. Tunafaa kufahamu kwamba msipochukua mikopo, chama hakitapata faida. Chama kisipopata faida, hatutakuwa na chochote cha kugawana mwisho wa mwaka kwa rasilimali ambayo tumewekeza. Kwa hivyo tunapochukua mikopo inatusaidia kuleta mapato, na hayo mapato tukiondoa matumizi ndio tunarudi tunagawana kama mgao wa faida, ile mnaita interest na dividend. Kwa hivyo pongezi sana kila mwanachama kwa ile hatua mlichukua. Jipigieni makofi. Total assets grew by 26%. Asset ni zile rasilimali zetu, mikopo na zile fedha tuko nazo, to 369 million from 293. That's a growth of almost 70 million. While deposits from members, these are the monthly payments that you make to the society, increased by 13% from 257 to 296. Our revenue, mapato yetu, grew from 34 million to 46 million, with a commendable decrease in non-performing loans. Inamaanisha kwamba mikopo ambayo haikuwa inalipiwa ilipungua, na ndio ikatuwezesha kukuza mapato na faida kwa chama chetu washirika wa wana Acumen. The board has provided 14,315,529 for interest on deposits at a rate of 5%, and 2.9 million on share capital at a rate of 15% for dividend, right? And this comes from last year. You remember we had to provide everything, but this year we are happy to report tuna kifutia jasho. Isn't that good news? Is it good news? Can you show it? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All members with loans are encouraged to faithfully service what they owe to guarantee all of us continued and better returns every year. As we close the year, we had 60.9 million in our bank, which we had satisfied loan demands for members, and this was money that was waiting to be borrowed. But it is not sitting idle. I'm sure you may want to know where it is. It is not sitting idle. It is being invested in what you call the money market, and it is earning interest as we wait for you members to come forward and borrow. Kwa hivyo, msiogope kukopa. Sawa sawa? Msiogope kukopa. Nakumbuka kuna wakati moja tulikuwa na, I think we were at PCA, where one of the speakers told us, usikubali kuishi bila mkopo, na hata ukikufa familia yako haifai kuwa na wasiwasi kwamba una mkopo, kwa vile mikopo yetu yote imeandikishiwa bima. Kwa hivyo tusiogope kukopa, tukope, tukuze chama, tujikuze sisi wenyewe. Matarajio yetu. It is our second year of providing banking services after getting a license after being licensed by SASRA in September 2020 to take deposits. If you remember, way back from about 2013, we had been struggling to meet the qualifications or to get a license to be able to open a bank, which 2020 we were licensed and we started operation. And that was a big leap, because now it means we have joined, there are about 177 SACCOs that are regulated by SASRA. And we are one of the youngest babies, but our hope and desire is kwamba tutakuwa and we'll reach the big boys in the market, the big boys and the girls. We are now offering our members diverse, convenient and affordable financial services, which we are optimistic will give us good, in the long run, boost our SACCO incomes. As you can see from our cash position, more funds are now available for loans. We encourage as many of us as possible, and probably all of us, to take loans for the SACCO's growth and for increased interest and dividend payout to members. The regulator's daily scrutiny of our performance is ensuring improved business growth through strengthened staff output and systems. We encourage members to patronize our bank. I think you have been receiving messages from the office encouraging you to, we have been asking for this facility. Tumekuwa tukisema fosa iko wapi, sasa tumeipata. Na fosa ni banki. Tunafanya kila shughuli ambayo inafanywa na banki. Isipokuwa hatuna dollars ama pounds, but all the other things, banking checks, and we are clearing checks at the same rate as our banks. Ukileta cheki leo, inakaa siku moja, siku hiyo nyingine, pesa zako ziko kwa account. Tuko na mobile banking. Ukiwa nyumbani mahala popote, anywhere in the world, dial 850 and you can access the money that you have deposited. Very soon, in the course of this month, tutawapatia kadi za ATM. SACCOLink, in collaboration with the cooperative bank, which you can use to withdraw money and to buy goods and services from Visa-branded outlets. Kwa hivyo, let us we ask for it, we have it, let us patronize it. We are happy to note that amongst us, we have businessmen and businesswomen and institutions that have employed people. Quite a good number of them have given us their payrolls, which means wanalipa wafanyikazi wao kupitia kwa banki yetu, ambayo inasaidia kukuza. Na hivyo nawahimiza wengine ambao mko na wafanyikazi, pengine mko na nyumba za kukodisha, unaweza fungua account wateja na wafanyakazi, unawapatia hiyo account, wanalipia, alafu wewe unakuja unatoa hela zako. Na tukifanya hivyo, tunakuwa tukiendeleza na kukuza banki yetu kama ambavyo tumekuwa tukitamani miaka hiyo yote. We continue enhancing the use of technology to give members a convenient, competitive and efficient service. Mnavyojua kwamba ulimwengu sasa umeendelea. Kila kitu sasa imekuwa nini? Digital, si ndio? Kila kitu imekuwa digital, na hata sisi hatujaachwa nyuma. Our mobile banking is up and running, and I have told you earlier, we are very soon going to get our ATMs. We encourage all of you to join to register for mobile banking, and so that you can enjoy the convenience of technology. By But there is one word of caution. Ningependa kuwatahadharisha. Unajua siku hizi hamsikii kuna bank robberies zile tulikuwa tunasikia mtu anakuja kwa bunduki, laleni chini, leteni pesa. Siku hizi hiyo imekwisha. Wizi sasa umeingia kwa teknolojia. Na kama mshirika na mwanachama wa Acumen, jambo muhimu kwako ni kuhakikisha kwamba akaunti yote ambayo ina PIN usikubali kumpatia mtu mwingine hiyo PIN yako. PIN yako ndiyo siri yako na ndiyo kinga yako na ndiyo ulinzi wa akiba na pia rasilimali yako katika sako. Tumeelewana hapo? Yes, that we must be cautious of cyber security risks, right? And the major step of doing that is to ensure that we don't share your password with anybody. And if you have to, it must be a person who is very close to you, but not our security guards out there. Don't share with anybody, okay? That is security number one, which we all can do. On the part of the board and the management, we have embarked on a system upgrade to improve service delivery and heighten the security of your savings, deposits, and data. Every often, we have conducted a system audit. Tumekagua ile system ambayo tunatumia ya kidijitali kuhakikisha kwamba iko sawa, na tutakuwa tukifanya hivyo karibu kila mwaka ikiwezekana, ama kila baada ya miaka miwili. Teknolojia mpya ikikuja, tutakuwa tukihakikisha kwamba tunajiendeleza. Vitishio vyote vikikuja, tunahakikisha kwamba tunaweka kinga ambazo zitatufaidi sisi sote. On another issue, kuna swala ambalo tumekuwa tukizungumzia sana, ni swala la mikopo na guarantorship. We want to encourage our members to use assets such as land and buildings to secure the loans for those of us who have those assets. Please, when you want to take a loan, we are encouraging you to use those assets as securities. We have a pool of valuers, people who will come and value your property. We have a pool of lawyers who are going to help you go through the process. Then you can secure loans so that we minimize the problem of guaranteeship and people, guarantors being suffering because of members who fail to service their loans as they are supposed to do. Again, to enable members to borrow more and pay comfortably, the board is considering increasing the number of times the multiplier on your savings for your loan. Ina maana kwamba ile akiba, mnajua vile kwa sasa tunakopesha akiba yako mara 3. Tunajaribu kuangalia kama tunaweza kuongeza hiyo ile akiba umeweka unapokopa, tuone kama tutaweza kuifanya mara 4, mara 5, na pia tuone kama tunaweza kuongeza muda wa kulipa mkopo ili wanachama wetu wasiumie sana wakijaribu kulipa na kujiendeleza. In line with our changed status to a deposit taking circle and in our desire to address legal and market dynamics, we will be seeking your consent to allow the board to amend the SACCO bylaws. At the national level, the amendment, there is a lot that is happening, which we will be briefed about by our other speaker. Now, last year has been very heavy for very many families. Medical bills, people suffering for long. And in the most unfortunate cases, very many of us lost our loved ones. Our SACCO lost 8 members last year. And these greatly affected the Sacco family. The Acumen Sacco family, which, as you know, we have our mother company, Acumen Equities, and there's Acumen Sacco, and the other people who have grown from Acumen. We lost our founder chairman, who was member number 1, Mr. Julius Ngamate. We also lost member number 60, Grace Wanio Karade. We lost member number 71, Violet Wanjiku Kamau. We lost a very, very prolific debater during our AGMs, Francis Mwangi Njoke, who was member number 72. We lost Winnie Karogo, member number 88. Lydia Wanjambogua, member number 443. Edward Mutura, member number 207. And Wilhelm Makomi, member number 39. I kindly request all of us to be upstanding and observe a minute of silence in honor of our departed members. Pray for their families, pray for their society, and hope and pray that God will give the families and all of us the fortitude to bear with that loss. Please be seated. Thank you. There is one challenge that emerged from all these incidents. When you join the society, there is a provision, a requirement actually, that you should tell us who, in the event of death, who do you want to inherit your investment? And if it is listed and documented with the society, we oblige and go by that. But we've had cases where some of us have not appointed nominees, which means when we lose a member and we don't have a nominee, kwamba mshirika akituaga na haja tueleza ni nani anafaa kurithi akiba na rasilimali yake katika chama, inabidi sasa tungoje mpaka familia iende kwa utaratibu wote ambao unahitajika wa sheria, get grants of administration from the court, and then they are confirmed by court, which then also advises on how that is supposed to be distributed. I'm encouraging all of us. I think we have been given nomination of beneficiary forms. I'm encouraging all of us to fill them in. And for those of us, pass the message to those of us who may not be here and you know them. Ask them to come and update their list of nominees. And you have the provision to decide the percentages. If you have 10 nominees, you can decide to provide 10% for each nominee. It is at your own discretion. Ni kwa hiari yako. But please let us update our records to avoid hiyo process ndefu ya kusisitiza kwamba lazima upate kibali cha mahakama ndio wale ambao umewaacha wapate kurithi akiba na rasilimali nyingine yoyote ambayo tuko nayo. Kadhalika tungependa kuwahimiza nyote, kila mmoja wetu, na ni jambo ambalo nimekuwa nikihimiza kila mwaka. Tunahitaji kukuza idadi ya wanachama wetu. Inafurahisha kupata kwamba tuko washirika 2,100 na nafikiria inaendelea kuongezeka, na hilo ni jambo la kufurahisha. Na wahimiza kila mmoja wetu kuweza kuandikisha mwanachama mmoja, na wale ambao ni landlords tungeomba mtupatie majina ama mtuelekeze kwa marafiki zenu landlords ama na wafanyabiashara wengine ili tuandikishe katika chama chetu, tuendelee kukuza wanachama, tuendelee kukuza akiba yetu na hatimaye tutafaidika sote. Dear esteemed Acumen Sacco members, the board and the management appreciates all of you for your immense support. Napongeza kila mmoja wetu aliye hapa na ambaye hakuweza kufika kwa kutuunga mkono katika juhudi na shughuli zetu za kusimamia hiki chama chetu. Isingekuwa ni ushirika na ushirikiano wetu, wenu wote hatungekuwa hapa. Na pia umeonyesha kwamba mna imani na biashara yetu hata wakati ambapo tumekuwa na majaribio makuu. Pia tuna washirika wengine ambao tumekuwa tukisaidiana nao katika shughuli zetu. Tuna maafisa wetu wa ushirika, tuna Sasra, tuna benki, tuna wao na tusaidia mambo ya digital, na washirika wengine wote tunawapongeza kwa ushirikiano wao. Kadhalika napongeza au viongozi wenu mliowachagua. Tumefanya kazi vizuri, na ndiposa katika miaka hiyo yote 15 hakuna wakati ambapo hatujawahi kufanya AGM. Kufanya AGM ni ishara kwamba usimamizi ni thabiti na kuna uwazi, kwa vile mamlaka ya shughuli zote tunazofanya hapa kama chama yanatoka kwenu wanachama. Sisi ni watumishi, tunawatumikia na lazima tufuate maagizo yenu. We count on you to continue prospering together and delivering strong performance for members, because with us you are sorted, and I believe together we have prospered. Together we will continue to prosper, and on our end we guarantee you that we will continue to sort you out. Whoever will be the leadership, whether it is this team or any other team, I think I can make a commitment that we will ensure that they continue serving the Sacco faithfully and judiciously. And on another, I think one of the last items in our agenda, we are going to have elections. We have quite a number of us who are retiring, and they may seek re-election or they may want to retire, but at that juncture, when the returning officer comes, he or she is going to take us through that agenda. That's all for today. God bless all of you. God bless Acumen Sacco.
Thank you so much. We clap for our chairman as he take a glass of water. It's good that we adopt the report. We adopt the report so that we can have discussion, we can have questions, so that at least we can he can answer because he's there. So I humbly request for a proposer and a seconder, please, for the chairman's report. Thereafter, we get questions so that he can respond from the report that he has presented. Proposer, please, and seconder. Proposer, there are two there.
My name is Jane Joroge, member number 418. I stand to propose.
Thank you so much, Jane Joroge. The other one was there.
John Nigekonyo, member 1778. I second.
Thank you, John. Now we want to take questions out of the chairman's report. If you, there is something that you need clarity, something that you need to know from the report, from the chairman, he's there to respond on behalf of the entire board. If you have a question from the report, just raise up your hand so that we can get your question, please. Any concern? We are okay? There is one here. Mushiri? I see you, please. Note the questions. We are going to take all of them together, then we get a response.
Caroline Obwanda, member number 920. You told us about the mobile banking, but it has not been working of late. So I wonder what the problem is.
Mobile banking, it has not been operational of the rate of, so note that one. Any other one? Any other concern? Okay, fine. That one is operational, so I would humbly request the CEO to come and clarify on the position of mobile banking. CEO, please.
Thank you, Bona MC. For the mobile banking, as you heard from the chairman's report, we've recently carried out a system upgrade, and one of the systems is our mobile banking. So we did some upgrades on the system, on the mobile banking, to improve on security. This has been a concern for the board and also for the industry at large, and I'm sure our chief guest will be able to confirm that. But we have been able to resume services. If you can check right now, I'm sure that the service is on. We were working late into the night, and the service is on. So we are making sure that the service is available for members, especially during this period when we'll be giving out dividends. We've improved security on the service, and that is to the benefit of the society. So please kindly bear with us. We had to do that, but and that is something that the board had decided and discussed, that we needed to improve the security of mobile banking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any other concern? Yes.
My name is Sandy Sonyonyi, member number 1728. My concern goes to still on mobile banking, on the deadline day for me to be remitting my loan. For example, on the last day of that month, if I do my payments for that very day, it reflects on the following day. So it means I'll be charged interest based on the previous month. So I rather propose that we note that in the event that I've made my payments, it should be recorded on that historical date.
Thank you so much. That's a real-time update of records. Note that one, CEO, so that it is done. Any other concern? Yes, Mushiri?
My name is Eva Sialo, member number 123. You said, Chairman, that you are considering increasing the loan period to 60 months, and also you increase it to 5 times our savings. When will that be definite?
Okay, note that one, Chairman. You'll give a feedback for the same. Any other concerns so that Chairman can come over and handle? Then Chairman, please respond on the timing.
Thank you very much for that clarification. In everything that we do, we initially want to research to make sure if we increase the multiplier and lengthen the repayment period, we will be able to meet your demands. So it is work in progress, and immediately we are convinced from the research from the data that we get from you members and the money that we'll be collecting, that you'll be able to sustain it, we are going to communicate. But I can promise you that it is in the course of the year. And I did not indicate the multiplier will be what. I just gave an instance that it may be 4, it may be 5. Repayment period, we are now doing 60, is it? We had 60 months, isn't it? Is it, Bonasio? We had 60 months. I think we will consider the duration that we are going to give you members. So na wasihi muwe wavumilivu na tutawasiliana Karibuni, asanteni.
Okay, thank you so much. There was another person who had raised a hand somewhere here. Or are you comfortable? Okay, fine. Is there any? Okay, fine.
God is good.
All the time.
I'm Sylvester Tanui, 310. There's something the chairman had said about the guarantors and collaterals and assets. Because of technology. Before, we used to have defaulters. So for those of us, maybe we guaranteed other people, and then we paid for defaulters. And now that there will be debt collectors to recover, are they going to pay us back those we paid for defaulters or something like that as we go ahead?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So you have noted that. Any other question so that he can respond? I humbly request the CEO to come on behalf of the chairman and clarify that, because it's more of operation. CEO.
Thank you, Bwana MC. I think for all of us, for any one of us who attended the Education Day last year, we talked heavily on the issue of guarantors. Most of our members have suffered because waligarantii mtu ambaye alikataa kulipa. And what we've sat as a board na tukaona tufanye is that we are trying to encourage members to use collaterals. Collaterals being title deeds, logbooks, which unaweza tumia kukusimamia loan yako. The good thing with collaterals is that even at the time when you're applying your loan, it is a private affair. Hakuna mtu atajua ati una apply loan. And it is more secure in terms of in case if the worst was to happen, then your asset is what will be used to recover that loan. For the society, we will not lose money, like the case we have for guarantors, because even if we recover the deposits, there's not much money that comes back to the society. So we normally do recoveries or attachment of those loans. Hizo loans tunakuattach wewe kama guarantor na unaanza kulipa hiyo loan. So we've sat down na tukaona this issue has been a headache to most of our members, especially with the COVID. And given the nature of our members, most of our members ni watu wa biashara. So we decided, we've decided that we are going to encourage our members to use collaterals. Kama uko na shamba, kama uko na title deed, kama uko na logbook, tumia mali yako kusimamia loan yako kwa sako. And the good thing with that is that we are now even discussing increasing the multiplier. That is the how many times you get. Kama uko na savings of 100,000, we might decide to do 4 times 4, which will be 400, or times 5, which will be 500, as long as utatumia collateral yako. That is one way of encouraging members to get collaterals. Also, in terms of investment, for young members who might not have those collaterals, we encourage you to to take a loan through which you'll be able to acquire an asset. Kama ni land, you'll be able to acquire a piece of land. That title deed can be used as security. So it will help you in the first loan and also in the subsequent loans that you will also get from the society. So it is a plea to members we are making that please, if you are in a position, kindly use your securities to get loans from the society. On the issue of guarantors who have lost their deposits to defaulters, we are doing serious follow-up with the defaulters in collaboration with the debt collector. And if there are any recoveries that we make, hiyo pesa tukiweza kufikia ule defaulter na tuweze kurecover, we usually credit back to the members' deposits. So that is the way we are working, and it's on a, if you have that, if you know, pahali ule mtu default alienda, because what happens, most of them huwa wanazima ama wana switch off swim. So what the debt collector will do is called skip tracing. Ni wanaenda kuwatafuta pahali wako. So it will be more effective if we work together as the office and you as guarantors or members, so that we are able to get those defaulters that have run away with their money. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate for that. And thank you, Chairman, together with the board, because of that report. Now, this point, I want us, now we go to the next item on our program. And I hereby invite the chairman so that he can do the introduction of the guests as he continue with the program on the issues of the guests. Welcome.
Asante sana, Pastor Nduati. I think with us today, we have guests from our stakeholder organizations. One of them is Cusco. Cusco is the Union of Saccos. Michael Musangi. Karibu, salimia washirika. Michael Musangi. I don't know that we have any representative from CIC.
Good morning. My name is Michael Msangi. This is my area of representation. Na leta salamu mingi kutoka kwa boss wetu anaitwa George Ototo. Amewasalimia. Shukran sana kwa kutualika. Shukran sana kwa kazi mnaendelesha. Tunashukuru. Asanteni sana.
CIC, kuna mjumbe yote wa CIC? Kama hayupo, ningependa kumtambulisha afisa wa ushirika ambaye anasimamia sub-county yetu ya Kajiado North, Salume Wangoi. Can say hi. Atawasalimia, lakini hotuba yake tutampatia fursa baadaye.
Happy New Year, members. Jina langu ni Salome Wangoi, ofisa wa vyama vya ushirika eneo hili la Kajiado North. Tutazungumza baadaye. Asante.
And now it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you our guest speaker. Our guest speaker is a very, very passionate cooperator and regulator. Ni mshirika ambaye ako na moyo na ari ya kuhakikisha kwamba vyama vya akiba na mikopo vinaendelezwa, vinasimamiwa ipasavyo, na kama watu wamekopa wanaweka dhamana ambazo zitasaidia chama, na la muhimu zaidi kwake anasisitiza members first. That is his clarion call, members first. So whatever they do as regulators, their interest is to secure the interest of the member. And by securing the interests of the member, we guarantee that our societies are stable and they grow. He is a holder of a Master of Science in Operations Research from the London School of Economics in the UK, sorry. And he has a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics. Further, he's a CPAK holder and a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. He joined SASRA at its inception in 2010, and SASRA is the Sacco Societies Regulatory Authority. SASRA is the Central Bank of SACCOs. It is the one that regulates our operation. Ndio inasimamia shughuli zetu, inahakikisha kwamba usimamizi wa bodi ni thabiti, hesabu zinafanywa ipasavyo, rekodi zinawekwa ipasavyo, na kama ni mambo ya cyber security tumeweka mikakati ambayo inafaidi wanachama na inakinga akiba ya wanachama. He has led the movement, the regulator supervision team in formulating and implementing the regulatory supervisory strategy towards safe and a sound subsector in Kenya. He has a wide experience in the movement because previously, before he joined SASRA, he worked with the World Council of Credit Unions, which is called WOCU. He's a financial specialist. He was a financial specialist and a project director with CIC. And as you know, CIC is our insurer, and it is owned by you members, the cooperators. CIC is the insurer for cooperatives. And he has also worked at the CBK. Our guest is Mr. Peter Njuguna. Mr. Peter Njuguna is the CEO of SASRA, and he's here to address one of the youngest babies in his stable of regulated SACCOs. Like I told you, there were 177. I don't know whether we are number 177 or another one has been registered since, lakini tuko pale chini. Na mnajua last born wanahitaji kubembelezwa sana, si ndio? Na wanapendwa sana na wazazi wao, si ndio? Kwa hivyo Bwana Njuguna, karibu uhutubie washirika wenzako na wanachama wetu.
Good morning, washirika. Chairman and your board, management of this great circle, our host at the sub-county, Kajiado North, Madam Salome Ogoi, invited guests, washirika waheshimiwa, hamjambo. Happy New Year. Nafurahia kuwa hapa. Kama vile chairman amesema, it is indeed a special occasion because regulators, we rarely attend AGMs. Shauri, AGMs is your day as members to engage your board, the elected leaders, to hold them to account. And some of your questions might come to me, so I was telling the chairman I will attend with great honor, but we really avoid and select. But nevertheless, I'm very honored to be here. Chairman, thank you for the honor of inviting me. I had actually declined here to come and persuade me. Thank you, Chairman. We spent about an hour or so, telling me why I need to come, because at times you can get entangled. If you take your directors to court for decisions they made, then you are saying, even Sasra was there. That is a challenge. And therefore, Madam Salome represents government, and therefore we leave them to do that job, engage that, and therefore we select very carefully. We don't make it our business to attend, because we respect that space, that it's your day. Nevertheless, I'm proud, and first is to appreciate Acumen Sacco, as chairman says, is indeed among the small SACCOs, so to say, because when you hear that you have SACCOs that are over 20 billion, 30 billion, and then you look at yourself, you say 300 million, then you consider yourself small. But Chairman, I want to encourage you, that should not worry you. Even those who are 30 billion, they were starting with 100 shillings. They were at some point 300. It's a journey you have to walk, and they say, you walk your race. Senior members, not the other people's race, okay? And you're unajijua. So I want to encourage you, Chairman, that the journey you have walked is not mean achievement. I think critical for me today is to, one, appreciate from the Chairman's, statement, the many things that you are doing. I think it's commendable. I was actually touched, the fact that you sacrifice your your dividends and rebates last year, to make sure you comply. I think it's usually not easy for the members to agree with their directors to forego their dividends so that they comply. Jipigeni makofi tafadhali. It's not easy. As business people, which I understand most of the members are actually business people, I think I can relate to this because as a business people, you realize your business to grow, you have to, at times, it takes your blood and sweat to make it grow. And that is what you are demonstrating, that you are willing to forego the dividends for a year, even two, to make sure that you comply, because you understand the importance of capital in a business. Very, very important. You cannot grow your business just relying on other people's money. You have to have your capital, and capital is very, very important. It's one of the issues tunaangalia, tunatia umuhimu sana katika regulations. Capital is very, very important. Kwa nini ni muhimu? And that's why you are now compliant. Capital compliance, you tick for across all the measures. Very important. And please, Chairman, keep it that way. Even as you give something to members, balance what you give and what you retain. Kule kwetu tunafuga ng'ombe sana Kiambu. I'm not sure about hapa Kajiado, Salome, but I know you mnafuga za nyama sana. We like coming to Kajiado County kula nyama. Yeah, I hope I had the time. But kwetu tunafuga nyama, na muhimu ni kwamba ng'ombe yako kama ni ya maziwa, maziwa ukipata lita 50, usikule pesa yote ukishauza. Kuna ile ambayo unarudishia ng'ombe, ndio daktari anaweza kuitibu, chakula inakula vizuri, so that tomorrow it can give you 55. But if you eat all the 50 and you don't take care of the cow, then you are sure that cow soon or later it will give you 30, 40, and maybe 10, and eventually it might die, because when it gets sick you don't have money to take care of that. That is why capital ni muhimu katika biashara yako, kwamba the sacco must have a measure of capital ambayo you make sure that when you have difficulties, you have incidences like the pandemic we have gone through, your business, your sacco is not shaken, because at the core there is a pillar, there is a capital that is holding it. And to demonstrate these members, if you look at your books, si mko na vitabu hizi? Najua leo lazima niwasomeshe kidogo. Ukienda page 31. Yes, page 31. Hebu tuende hapo. Najua nyinyi ni wanabiashara, niwaambie muhimu wa chairman, nitasomesha members wako ndio watakuuliza maswali magumu next time. Ukiona namba zinabadilika. Ukiangalia page 31, are we all there? Ukurasa 31. Ukiangalia hapo utapata pale juu, first column to the left, kuna kitu inaitwa assets, rasilimali zenu. Unasoma hapo. Rasilimali ya kwanza ni nini? Yeah? Cash and a cash equivalent. How much money do you have in the 2 years? 56 million, si ndio? Ukienda pale chini kabisa kuna fedha zinaitwa shareholders funds. Unaona hapo? Pesa ngapi mnazo hapo? Hizi ni rasilimali zenu, ile capital ambayo mmeweka. Shareholders funds ni fedha ambazo nyinyi mmetoa kama share capital, na zile biashara katika ile profit inapatikana faida, kuna ile mnaweka kwa biashara. Ngapi hapo? Ziko how much? 53 and from 35 last year. Mnaona hapo? Now cash in business, what do you say? Cash, they say, is king. When you have cash, you can do business. And cash that is yours, sio cash ambayo umeomba from the bank or umeomba wapi. Alafu la pili, hold that. Loans nimeona mumeendelea sana. Pongezi hapo chairman, naona you have grown by almost 40%, specifically 39%. Na loans to members ni ngapi hapo? Ngapi? 300 million. And your deposits ni ngapi? 296, is it? Almost equal to the loans. Meaning, the money that chairman and his board have collected from yourselves, all of that imepewa ninyi kama mikopo. 1 to 1. Tuko pamoja? Now, then, mumepewa hizo fedha zote, lakini muna cash, fedha taslimu katika benki, na kama chairman amesema, they are invested, they are making money for you. So your capital ambayo umeweka katika biashara, which is now almost 56, is the cash you have in the bank. And that is the power of capital. That when you have capital, it gives you ability, ule uwezo, to give a member a loan in the afternoon if he applies in the morning. Because if he is eligible, he is qualified, you get the money. Because money is in the circle. We are not waiting to go borrow somebody's money. That is what it means to be a savings and credit cooperative. You cannot be a savings, but you depend on other people's money. Because hiyo fedha inakuja bure. So unajua lazima ulipe. So how will you then give that money? You get it at that 13 or 12%, alafu utarajie kupata hiyo mkopo na 12 or 13%. Inawezekana? Haiwezekani. Na kwa hivyo, vile mumefanya, vile nimeangalia hesabu zenu, muendelee hivyo. And I'm happy chairman amesema kwamba as you review the products you are reviewing, you are very careful to see, will you be able to give the promise? Because if you review the loans to 3, 4, 5 times, and then you stretch the payment, what does that do? Chairman, it stretches your cash flow. Pale ambako ungepata 5,000, utapata 3. Na hapo sasa, the thing you need to guard as a circle, as business people, my understanding is they need the money. Wamepata opportunity to restock, to do what? They want to expand, they need money now. They cannot wait for 3 months. Because amejipanga, anataka kufungua branch ingine. And kwa hivyo, the structure you have taken, be very, very careful, even as chairman promises, to stretch the multiplier, it can actually be reversed. The cash you have, which is king. Utaona hiyo cash ikianza kwenda chini, hivi kwamba you have a good product here, man, but you can only give to the first 100 people or 1,000 people. After that, wale wengine watagoja miezi 2-3. Why? Because hauna cash. That is a challenge we see. We encourage circles to grow by their own pace. Uwezo wenu. Sio pale unapewa fedha kutoka kule kwingine na utaanza kulipa, and then COVID, like we have experiencing all business inakuwa na challenges, then you are, so it is very, very powerful. And I think that is a secret that you have observed. Be cautious. They say when the deal is too good, think twice. And as business people, you know that. So I want to say that looking at your balance sheet, Chairman, I've impressed that it's a very strong balance sheet. You are standing on a very firm financials. Now, I would want to emphasize that, like you have said, look at, as you review products, be careful not to promise what you cannot deliver because of cash and the cash, compromising your cash position. We have seen that happen. The other thing, but review products, it also shows that you are listening to your members. So it's a commendable thing. You have to keep innovating, keep listening to the members to understand what they want. And I will tell you as a member, I'm a Sacco member, I would want you to give me not 60 months, I would want even 100 months as a borrower. I want to borrow a lot of money I can pay over a long time. But from a business point of view, you have to evaluate what is the impact. And that's what you said, and I commend you that you have to balance that. Because members as a borrower is what I want the best as a member. But you have to look at what is good for the circle, because we need it today, we need it tomorrow, we need it for our generations. So very commendable work. I also note and commend you on another thing, kwamba nimeangalia your board and the mixture and management, because I noted last year, I don't know that resolution passed, because you gave concessions, affirmative policies, Chairman, to to make sure youth and women are included in your board. Is that correct? I saw that, and it's a good. I commend you for that. It's about inclusivity, because we have to carry everybody, and especially with the new competition we have. I note what you have not gotten in the board, where you have 2 ladies, currently, I think, as we sit today. For the supervisory, at least they are gender compliant with the Constitution. But you have compensated very heavily, Chairman, in the management, where you have your staff, you have 6 out of 10 are ladies. That's commendable also. So you are compensating. So makofi. You think these things are easy to achieve? There are circles we always struggle and we tell them, hey, your board, what is happening, Chairman? If you can't control who comes to the board through the elections, give the other agenda in the management. It's good to have a blend of the two. So commendable for that, and continue with the inclusive policy that you are observing. I think those are my observations from what I have gathered from the reports. Now, coming to my speech, Chair, I want to appreciate the invitation to this. For me, like you said, is members first. And therefore, AGM is very, very important as an opportunity for members to get a report on the performance of their Sacco. And that is a spirit of cooperative, because cooperative, we own all of us. And therefore, participation in the AGM is very, very core to the success of this Sacco. Ni haki yako kuja kwa AGM kama member. Kwa shauri, it actually helps to uphold the very basic tenets of a cooperative, which is demokrasia katika ile biashara. Demokrasia, and you can imagine, demokrasia katika siasa ni rahisi kusema, lakini demokrasia katika biashara is very difficult in a business entity. But in a cooperative, we believe that you must be heard and it's your right to participate in the AGM. And therefore, when the board calls the AGM, which is a legal right, katika sheria, when you come, it is the board is giving you an opportunity to participate in the decision-making process. Some of the shirika ambazo zimeharibika, zimefungwa, utakuta kwamba mkutano ni shida kuwa nayo. Members wataenda kotini kusema tunataka haki yetu. Inafanyika. Ile kesi tulikuwa nayo last year, Salome will confirm, one of the issues is over 5 years they had only one AGM. So it is an opportunity that is so seeing this hall is full and others are still coming, Chairman, is commendable, because, and members responding is very, very good, because kuwa hapa kwako unadhibitisha mambo matatu. One, nimesema democratic decision making. Na nimesikia Chairman is very good in Kiswahili. Kimombo mimi ndio naweza kidogo. Chairman, wajua katika ile profession yako it was requirement. Si ndio? So nikijaribu kidogo nikiteresa utaniwia radhi. Lakini demokrasia katika Sacco kuna kitu tunaita, shirika kuna kitu tunaita democratic balance. Democratic balance. Na hapa ni pale ambako unakuta the decisions, the process of making decisions, the decisions that are made, there is a democratic pattern where your decisions and your views, maoni yako, yanatiliwa mkazo na board. Na sio hapo tu, unaweza kuja hapa, una maoni yako, lakini hujapewa uwezo through empowerment na information. Na kwa hivyo vile nimewauliza muangalie, kila mtu ako na yake. Kila mtu ako na yake. Kila mtu ako na yake. Najua nauliza hivyo shauri, you may take it for granted. There are circles where these books they are approved. We approve these books. They are filed by with the sub-county office. Salome can confirm that. And when they come here, munaambiwa we are saving cost. Na kwa hivyo share these few books, 100 of them. Tunaelewana? So it is good you have that booklet. It costs money, but it is a way to give you information, to facilitate you to participate in the discussion here. So that unauliza swali, ukiuliza na unaambiwa ndio iko hapa. Na ukienda nyumbani angalia uone inaendeleaje. Hiyo tunaita democratic balance, that the pattern of decision making, members' views are respected, and not only that board facilitates you to access information ambayo ni muhimu kwa wewe kupeana maoni yako na ku make sure that the resolutions that are made here zinaendelesha shirika mbele, sio kurudisha nyuma. That information iwe on time na information ambayo ni enough. Jambo lingine tumeona board wanajua hii kitabu watawapa tu pale mnataka chairman statement, na hapo kwa chairman statement nimeona kitu ya muhimu hapo, sijui kama nyinyi mmeona kuna kitu amesema na amedhibitisha hapo, the board has provided 14 million on interest na ingine hapo ya dividend. Sasa mnapewa hiyo page, mnaona how the surplus is distributed. Si mmetosheka hapo, mmepata fedha? But is that sufficient information for you? Is that sufficient? It is not. It is selecting information that is important for you, that is, the boards you think that's what you need. And therefore getting sufficient information in good time contributes to that democratic balance. And the board therefore is being transparent and is being accountable to you. Ukiwa shirika ambalo hupati information like this and on good time, then there is a problem. And that then jeopardizes your contribution na jambo muhimu ambalo tunaita demokrasia katika shirika. The second important thing, hiyo ni mambo ya governance. Lakini governance tuko hapa kama biashara. So we don't want to just do democracy. Democracy is with a purpose. Jambo la pili ambalo ni muhimu ni uchumi na hali za maisha zenu. Economic and social welfare of you members. And therefore, by coming here, you are also participating in making sure each Sacco Acumen is working towards economic balance. And that is to say, the faida, shirika lenu lina faida na board na management wanaendeleza hili shirika wakiweka your interest in the forefront as members. And that is to say, the Sacco is profitable, but is not only profitable, but is growing because it is serving your interest as the owners. That is what you call in economic balance. There is democracy and there is economic balance. You can have democracy, lakini you members come here to complain because you are not getting loans. When you are to access money, you can't get it. And you are at hospital, you are queuing, umeambiwa bill ni 2,000, you try to access your money, you can't get it. So your interests must be at the forefront. That is the second thing. Economic balance must be achieved. And by coming here, you are able to give the board feedback whether the Sacco is serving you. And that's why the members who asked about access to the money through mobile banking, that is their right to know. We cannot have a Sacco, but I put money, when I need it, I can't get it. I have no business being there. So that is very, very important. Na mwisho ni what we call, at the heart of cooperative is cooperative balance. Cooperative balance is achieved when you have democratic balance na uchumi, economic balance. When those are achieved, and they are achieved by your participating here, then you achieve cooperative balance. Because we are not just shirika. Kuna shirika ambayo yako listed exchange, kuna serikali, kuna NGO, but we are a cooperative where we are the owners. Therefore, we participate in decision-making matters governing the Sacco, and we are the customers. So, hili shirika, lazima they serve our interest. So that achieves cooperative balance. If that is not attained, what do you see? Do you see? We get it. Kama serikali, complaints. And Salome will tell you the size of shirika ambalo lina shida, it is complaints starting to come to us. Now the time complaints are coming to the government, board wameanza kusima simu. Ama wamekudanganya mpaka umeshindwa. Sasa hawa, let me report them to an higher level. You have lost faith in them. You have lost trust in them. Then you start complaining. But when there is cooperative balance is achieved, then we are home and dry. So that is very, very important because that is achieved through your participation. And therefore, I would even encourage, I was asking Chairman what is the highest number of attendance. He told me 350 or thereabout of the total membership. And I said, that's good, but not good enough. And now with Mtandao, even when I'm in Nakuru, I can participate. So try to give more opportunities to members to participate, like you have done. I've heard there are people who are participating online. That is still participation. They have access to information. They can ask questions. And that is enhancing. That is my first jambo muhimu la kwanza, is about your importance in participating AGMs. And because from where I sit at SASRA, one of the challenges we are having is exactly that. What we call member apathy is a growing challenge, because as the shirika grows and grows, we started with the landlords, business community, now we want everyone, employed community and the like. The question is, how do we keep in touch with this? We are a social enterprise. How do we keep in touch with our Tuote? Because we are many. And even if all of them come, I'm not sure we'll be here. That is a growing concern in cooperatives, not just here, but even beyond Kenya. And it's for the board to be innovative with your support to allow. And if there is something we can take from COVID, janga la corona, ni the fact that we can have meetings virtually. Bylaws, the law is being amended, sheria zinabadilishwa, bylaws zinabadilishwa, to now say you can actually participate in the AGM, both virtually and physically. And the next question is, and some circles are already doing it, how do you vote? Yeah, I am told there will be election today. How do those people vote? So these are things we need to face, because other countries are already doing it. So that growing challenge, ya member apathy, members wanna feel, kama ni chairman, Mr. Wainaina and the treasurer, and mambo iko sawa. Serikali iko hapo, mambo iko sawa. And this is tragic, because I'm talking from experience. I've been in corporate for the last 17 years now. But member apathy is a real issue. And sadly, wewe kama member, ambaye ulianzisha, you are member 100, 150, umekaa kwa shirika longer, meaning you have saved more. As we get more people, so mean the circle is growing, both in your savings, and therefore your ability to borrow, na pia members. Now, that is a time unastahili kukondoa macho, because you have more savings, and now this board is managing more money. The stress they have today managing 300 million will triple when they have $1 billion. Because that $1 billion, itamaanisha, they have maybe 10,000 members or 5,000 members. Itamaanisha, they have to manage all those people. Managing bigger crowd is a problem. These people want different needs. Products range has to change. Possibly the board will have to open more branches. That means bigger staff, more costs. Vile CEO wako hapa na management yake team in, say, Ogatarungai or Gong or wherever, then it means he has to have branches. Kiserian, wapi na wapi. Managing more people is a headache. So, shida and challenges zinaongezeka vile biashara inakuwa, and that happens to you. Yeah, our parents who are having more than 5 kids, not like today, I don't know how they were managing, and even those old days, then they were having, my grandfather had 3 wives, and they were managing. But it is a challenge. Today, we have less than 5, and shida ziko. I don't understand that. That's a social issue. But my point is, the more the circle grows, both in membership, deposits, asset, loans, product, operational capacity, meaning, branch network, the more you need to attend that AGM. Sio kusema sasa mimi nimezeeka nilifanya yangu nikae nyumbani. And I'm very happy. I've seen, even there is a lady member I saw walking here with support of walking stick. Commendable to that lady. That member, she had the right to say, mimi sijisikii leo nita. That is, she knows that her voice, her presence here is important. And therefore, in fact, pigeni wewe mama makofi. Ako wapi? I saw her walking. That is very important. It's determination. And that is changamoto for the young people, to make sure that when you talk about democratic institutions, your presence, your voice must be heard. And I always look at it this way: when it's a political rally called here, people will come a lot. Chairman, sinikweli. But when we call to discuss about our business, unasema wacha nifungue biashara yangu. But this is where you have put $1 million. This is where you have put your 500,000. This is where you get a loan times 2. Then your priorities, kuna shida hapo. You need to know that as members, you are the one who decide on the destiny of your circle. So I'm happy you have more work to do, Chairman. And for you, as members, encourage those who are not coming. Tell them when the institution now goes has problem, they should not ask, because they were called in the AGM, they did not come. There is a case you may have heard that is was through the Senate. We went to court with that Sacco, and they are suing us. Where were you when the Sacco was collapsing? And guess what? When you look at from 2010 to 2018, when you closed that Sacco, the issues that were being raised in the AGM, member leaving the Sacco, members are withdrawing, they are not being refunded, external borrowing is killing us, members are not getting loans. They were in the AGM in year in, year out. Wakati sisi na Salome tunasema hasa hii shirika tuifunge liquidation, because the law provides, you liquidate a business if it's not working. When you did that, they go to court. They have their right to go to court. But the ultimate question is, where were you year in, year out when the Sacco was deteriorating? You never came to the AGM. You never came to ask questions to the management, to the board, and yet you are electing more and more. I met one very senior person who had 3 million. Whenever we meet, he reminds me, Juguna, you know I have 3 million in that Sacco. But I'm telling you, you are the owner. You are the customer. And therefore, in Saccos, I can tell you this, having worked even in banks, in central bank and insurance companies, we have a huge challenge as owners of this business to make sure that we are present, we raise issues objectively, to make sure that the board and management are doing in the best interest of ourselves, because when things go haywire, you are 100 deposits, you will not get them. You write a letter, you are right to withdraw. But when the ship is already in the high seas and is already having trouble, and then you start jumping out, you want to create more trouble for that ship. So all of us will sink together. And that is what we are seeing, that when a Sacco is in trouble, a lot of members will want to opt out. Okay? But where were they to correct the problem before it gets to a situation where I want to leave? Because leaving only worsens the situation. If you have heard of banks, we call it bank run. Okay? In a bank, niwaelimishe kidogo hapo, in a bank is very different from a Sacco. In a bank, wewe ni customer. Umeweka fedha zako, the owner of the bank amepewa license na serikali to collect money from you and give you loans. And therefore, when there is trouble, you separate the owner. And there is a mechanism to compensate you, the depositor. And therefore, those are two separate things. The owner, the depositor, and even the borrower is separate. And therefore, those two people, you can separate them and resolve that bank. For a Sacco, you are the same thing. Wewe ndio mwenye hiyo biashara, wewe ndio mwekuweka, rasilimali zako kule, na wewe ndio unakopa. So you are the one causing trouble, not any other person. So take the AGM seriously. Take the opportunity of these books you are given, those statements from the supervisory, very, very seriously, so that we arrest problems before they get bad, where you have to opt out. Amunaambiana rafiki, hii Sacco inaenda mbaya tutoke. That is a big, big problem you are having. That's why in our report every year, we have Saccos opting out. We are closing them. And the problem has persisted for 5 to 10 years because members, they resigned and they did not ask the right questions. They were just electing people. So member apathy, a big, big problem to the failure of our Saccos. And that is why, Chairman, you are saying 177 Saccos. I will correct what we published last week on Friday. We had 173 Saccos because there are 3 we have closed. Not tunapea commissioner to liquidate. And members will make noise, sadly so. But when you look at the reports, you can see these are things that were very, very live. And they were going to the AGM, and they were just discussing them casually. So ask those tough questions when numbers start changing. Jambo la pili ningependa kuongeza ni importance of regulation. Regulation, ukweli ni kwamba it seeks to protect you as a member from yourself. Because tumesema wewe ndio owner. In a bank, you protect the depositor from the owner. Because the owner is separate. Mnajua wenye equity, at least you own cooperative bank, mwenyewe ni kando. In a Sacco, the law is protecting you from yourself. And that is why one of the things we say, when you fail to attend AGM, it is those people who come and wanaambiwa pitisha hii, na board ambayo, na haulizi maswali, Board itawapatia mpitishe. At the end of the day, watasema, tukiuliza maswali kama serikali watasema, no. Sasa look here. This is a AGM resolution. That tuombe hizi tuende bank tukope mkopo, tuende tujenge, tununue shamba Mombasa. Sasa ni kama mashamba zenu hapa zinaisha kidogo hapa Kajiado, tunaenda Kilifi, tunaenda Isiolo, tunaenda sijui wapi kwingine. Mulisema, but haukuwa hapa. But those few who came, they passed the resolution of a land to buy a project somewhere, and you passed the resolution. That money went there, na italipwa na fedha zako, and therefore within 6 months huwezi pata loan ile ulikuwa unapata. You are told you must wait. Lakini project land 100 acres imenunua sijui Lamu, sijui wapi. That decision was made in your absence, and you know failing to come, that's not a defense. Those who came, so long as they met the law, that's why the head of the cooperatives, the sub-county is here. She has confirmed there is a quorum. Si ni kweli? So if you don't come, then you start complaining, it's your problem. So that's a problem we have seen. Tumeona kwamba, and that is who, it is the member who made that decision. But now for you, that decision is not favorable to you. Hapo ndio mwanzo wa shida kwa shirika lako. But you are not there. So we are protecting you. The law is protecting you from yourselves, members, because decisions will be passed and they'll start messing the circle. So that is one thing I want, that Sharia is not, we perceive it not to be good at times, but I can tell you Sharia is there to protect you, to make sure that you have a forum and you get information and that the circle serves your interests. La pili ni kwamba nimeonyesha capital, nimeonyesha cash and cash equivalent, nimeonyesha loans katika kitabu chenu hapa, page 31. Nimeonyesha deposits. Those are very, very important things to know. Look at how they are going. Which direction are they going? I'm happy that as we speak here, your balance sheet, Chairman, does not have any borrowing from anybody. That means you are walking your pace. So I would be very keen to see when you review whatever multiplier, and I'm not scaring you, you analyze. If it gets to a level where you have to go borrow another person's money, you have to weigh what is the cost of that money. It has to be very affordable for you to borrow. Otherwise, it means you'll borrow at 10, 12, 13, 14%. How will you lend to these people? And they are looking for affordable credit. So that is a question that we always find that is a very, very difficult question to balance. So the measures of performance, ndio tumeweka utaratibu tunasema you cannot borrow of a quarter of your assets. Yeah, meaning like you have ability to borrow maybe about almost 100 million, but must you borrow? Those are the questions. And that's why members, when chair wants the business to borrow money, they must come to you. The board must come to you, say, we want to borrow money and for this purpose. Yeah? So the utaratibu ambao umewekwa ni kwamba that there are measures of performance. Hii biashara kuna utaratibu ambao unastahili kutumua kuangalia inaendelea vizuri ama inaendelea vibaya. Na to use the example of a landlord, what is a measure as a landlord? I'm sure hapa kuna kadha, niliambiwa nyinyi wengi wenu ni, I think majority are landlords. What is the number one indicator kwamba biashara yako ya landlord inaendelea vizuri? Si ni kitu mnaita occupancy rate? Yeah? Si ni occupancy. Kama nyumba zako ni 100, occupancy ni 50. Are you doing well? You're not doing well. Occupancy rate is an indicator of how well your business of renting houses is doing. Your property rental business is doing. So katika hii biashara ya sacco business kuna those indicators ambazo unaangalia na ziko kwa sheria. Moja ni default loans, capital, liquidity. All those are measures of good performance. Ni vizuri through the education forums you are educated, and for you I commend you because I think you're already aware because you supported the proposal from the board to capitalize the business, and that's why you are now compliant in all the capital measures. Now, businesses katika experience yetu ni kwamba shirika nyingi zinakuwa na shida because of decisions made by the owners, yourselves. You know this as business people. The decision you make, right now they are looking very good. You might decide to go borrow to buy this land and develop. Then, there we are. market changes. A good example is a time with as young people with dreams. We were also in that rental business with some friends, and we wanted to buy land, KU, at the back. People in that space will tell you, university, students were a very, very good source of business for rental business. And I'm sure maybe with the universities here, you're also looking at that opportunity. So we bought the land to build those apartments for students, small ones, which are very hard to convert to rent to other people. So then we got information, and then we never built. But imagine there are people who are already invested in that space, biashara. But that decision, when you made it, the market was good, you built your houses, and the students were renting. Today, the story is different of that market. Kwamba, students are studying online. Even before COVID, Dr. Matiang'i said he has to review admission criteria to the university. What did that do? Number of students admitted went down, is it? So, do you have a market? So, but it's a decision you made. It was right at that point. But today, you'll have a problem unless you again remodel your house. What am I saying? That businesses fail because of the decisions made by the owners, and as well as, and that can be made directly through this AGM, or made by the board, which is indirectly. And that means that participation here, you are actually charting and overseeing your business through the decision you make. The decision you make here will determine whether you grow strong or you start getting weak. So, and decisions are made directly by yourself through the AGM, or through this meeting, or indirectly kupitia kwa your representatives through the board. Those are the decisions you make. They have implications, either to take your business up or tweaking it. Now, kisheria pia, and that is what the law provides. La pili, levels of monitoring and oversighting your business are also in your hands through this meeting. And the level of oversight is, now we have the oversight includes management, Mr. Madhu, the CEO, and his team. They have to make sure that the policies are being adhered to. There is a board, and there is yourself. Those are 3 layers already. So if you fail to do, and the boards fail, and management fail, blame yourself as well. And lastly, oversight. Yetu kama serikali. Kama Sasra, Salome, we provide oversight. But we are not in the business. We come long after decisions are made. There are some we shall say, no, before you do this, come here. And that's why this important meeting, where all of us are together, becomes very important. Because all of us can reason and say, this is the direction. But if you don't use that opportunity of oversight, the board will meet, make their decisions, bring to you, munaweka rubber stamp, mambo ni sawa. Then down the line, you start saying, and what happened? And these are things we see every day. There's one Sacco, I was made the liquidator, statutory manager. That Sacco, I looked at the last 2 AGMs, they had made, resolutions that spelled their death. One, they were losing members. And they decided we are losing. One of the reasons is that you board are not innovative. Can you look for land you buy mtuzie? 2, can you go into start matatu business? This route here is very busy. Why are you allowing other matatu circles to operate? Sisi to operate. So the board decided, we have been told, so we go. They went, looked for land. And sadly, they were not told not to borrow. So they went and borrowed. They found the land, and they went, borrowed, and made a deposit. Little after signing that, paying the deposit, which sadly was paid in cash. Kumbe, it was a fraud. They lost the money. And they were told by members, we need land. Now, the question is, in that meeting, when we were meeting members, one of the managers asked them, we told you, some of these things you are pushing so hard to do, you will cry. Then, that year they made a decision. We told them, you will not pay a cent for dividend because you don't have the money. You only make dividend from the faida ambayo imetoka kwa biashara. We told them, you are not paying a penny. They were proposing to pay 3%. We told them, no, you will not pay. Go revise your books, 0. chairman, I think he was, I don't understand that board because they were told Sasra ndio wenye shirika ama ni sisi. Chairman, utasikiza member ama Sasra? He gave in. He paid 3%. That was in April. Does he have the money to pay? The board doesn't have the money. So what happens? By June, the salaries that were coming through that circle could not be paid because he went borrowed in the bank to pay the dividend, illegal, it's not approved, and therefore the money bank has given, when the salary of the people being paid there comes at the end of the month, they have to get it. Tunaelewana? Simple decisions at all levels kill the circle. Those are stories I've seen. Now, by June, I went in, we took over the circle, and we were trying to diagnose these problems. You say, what went wrong? You can see series of the decisions in the AGM, which the board just said, okay, you are the king, you have it. But they said, there we say, we shall cross the river when we get there. Now they cross the river, the circle is no more as we speak. And you can imagine how much deposits were lost. Those are stories we experience now those are levels of monitoring, so exercise your legal right to provide that. But what we want to emphasize is that the success of a circle, any circle, is defined by the decisions the owners and who also happen to be customers make. The decisions you make here is what defines the success of your circle. And therefore, looking at your circle, you've grown in the last now 14 years. You've done, is it 15 or 14? This is the 15th. You have done well. And as you grow, please it is good to dream and good to be ambitious. But in business, always bite what you can chew. And that pole pole, mwendo wa kinyonga in biashara, that patience pays. Don't be in a hurry, because that is what has defined the failure of any circles. External auditors are the next level of oversight. That's why they are appointed here by you, not by the board. So listen to them. Are they telling you the real story? And by the way, you as customers know when the business of a circle is having trouble. You listen, alone you are getting within a week, you start being told, wait. Unaambiwa sijui treasurer amesafiri. Hizo ni story tu. Ni pesa hakuna. So you already know, but you don't relate these things. So that is why I'm saying you occupy a very important point, and therefore importance of this AGM. External auditors who are appointed by yourselves, they simply give you assurance that the board and management are doing a good job. Wanafanya kazi ambayo mliwatuma. Sio kwenda kusema chairman unataka tuseme nini? Yeah? Those are experiences we see. We know and we are very careful. That's why we actually regulate the auditors you appoint. You can appoint auditors here tuambie hapana. Yeah? Tuambie hapana, because we want auditors who serve the interests of the members. Remember, these people here are also members. One day they will be the other side, and you'll be here. So value the auditors that you do, and therefore I want to believe your auditors have done a good job, and they make sure that they guard your interest. But swali ni, what is your best interest? Because you have to understand what is your best interest, so that you make sure that the auditors, and that is why jambo la financial education becomes important. I had the CEO talk about member education. Is that education being used to give you more information about how to be a better you in terms of your finances, in terms of managing your business, so that the more your business grows, the more you save with the circle. And we can give you a higher loan to grow and bigger and bigger. And therefore, financial education becomes very important in equipping you with understanding what is in your best interest and what is in the best interest of the circle. When your interest, like now to be paid 10%, if you are paid 10% today, believe me, all the interest you have will be wiped out, and possibly you'll have trouble getting loan. So what you have paid 5%, I want to believe is a balance that we pay members 5%, then we retain so that we have a balance. And that is what we are saying, balancing the interest of the Sacco and balancing in the interest of you as a member. And through education, through engagement, through the AGM, you actually empowered to do exactly that. And for you, this is cannot, you cannot emphasize this enough, because you are the business people are the majority. With your experience of managing your business, where you have made decisions, and you have to make decisions. In business, we say entrepreneur is taking risk. So you have made decisions that have propelled your business to greater heights. You have also made decisions that you regret today. But don't regret. That's a lesson. You don't want your Sacco to walk that path where we sit here to whine and regret the decisions we made. Let's tap into our collective wisdom and experience as business people, as members with diverse experience, to make sure that we make reasoned decisions through this forum. And that, one of the things we have not attended your member education, but one of the challenges we are giving to the SACCOs as a regulator is that we need to redefine and restructure and refocus our member education forums to address the emerging issues and challenges as communicated from the business, and that is you, who are the customers. What are the issues? And that means member satisfaction survey have to be, it's like in training, they say training needs assessment. So how is a board asking you what is it you need to hear? So that the member education are geared towards addressing your needs. And they can say, the last 2 years you said we focus on this. And that's why we are doing 1, 2, 3. Because you have seen education days, they are called, but at the end of the day, the members are still complaining, meaning there is a disconnect between you, the kind of trainings being offered through education forums, and what you require. Lastly, the question of guarantorship. And I have had the board really emphasize on that. I know traditionally, SACCOs, the whole issue of social networks we create, the social bond that I know you, is very, very, and that becomes our competitive edge. Let's not lose that even as we grow. But we also know that guarantorship is being abused. In fact, I wrote some times back, and I think, Chairman was mentioning that article. I wrote that for the members, they know that in a SACCO with a guarantor, the 100,000, I can get 300,000. And since my friend and the other one can sign, I get the money. I sort my problem. I need the money today. You have not assessed yourself whether you can pay this loan. And you take comfort in that as a member, because it's the bylaw, it's in the policies. Then the SACCO also gets comfort that the 2 members have signed the 200 plus your money. We are covered 100%. So what do they do? Plus the board, they don't assess your ability to pay that 300,000. So what are they doing? You are setting yourself up for failure from the word go. So guarantor is being abused, because that abuse, guarantorship does not mean you overlook the ability of the member to pay that loan. You must assess, don't just sign papers. It has been abused seriously and is becoming a serious issue. We have cases in court as we speak. The case I remember very vividly, you may have read it, was in the papers. This guy, I think somewhere in Rift Valley, this member borrowed, and he had gotten green card, was relocating, but he borrowed good money. And somehow, he did not disclose that information, to the SACCO and to the friends. So he said, and he's supposed to go. But I think these were knowledgeable people, the guarantor. When they learned of it, they actually went to the immigration. This person, this number, when he tried to exit, stop him, because he's running away. So that person was abusing the guarantorship. And that's one story. We have had many. We have cases today, even as yesterday I read a letter where the member, through a law, is alleging the SACCO that you did not do your job. This person you are saying is laid off, is working, and we know where he's working. But because we are there, we sign the guarantor, you just take it. You are abusing guarantorship system, and that's why it's becoming a challenge today. And this is even more serious with the opening of common bond. You started at land source, business community, you know each other very easily, perhaps in Ongata, Rungai, township and the like. Today, your membership is spread across. So the social fabric, that social board is being weakened for good reasons, because we must survive, but we must adopt and evolve. And that's why the issue of other collateral is becoming very, very important. But above all, is for us as owners to know that it's our word. We must, if the Sacco has to keep its promise of giving you back your money and a loan when you need it, you must also keep your word. When you're in problems, there are means and ways of addressing you, because your circumstances today can change. You borrow today, but tomorrow they change. Yeah, all of us know that. So the Sacco has room within the policies to take care of that. So don't run away. Engage the Sacco to restructure the loan. And the board has those powers to do that. So guarantorship is a policy and business strategy to manage default, but it has to be used with responsibility, both ways, the borrower and the Sacco. In this case, the Sacco, the board and management must make sure that you are assessing the borrower's ability to pay. As I finish, I think importantly is policy issues that are coming up. I think I've already alluded to them. The Corporate Societies Act, there is it's called Cooperatives Bill 2021. I think they'll call it 2022 because it's not yet submitted in Parliament. I think it's been concluded this week due to the Council of Governors concerns they raised. But that is happening. Largely, I think, is a progressive bill trying to, reflect the reality today where we have devolution, how the county and national government work together, including the entities like SASRA, that is being addressed, and is going to create an inter-cooperative technical relations committee, which now includes national and county government, departments and agencies. So that's a good thing to make sure that we are able to change with the times. There are many things happening, and including deposit insurance, working on it. But I think important for us is the credit information sharing. I know that there has been challenges, Chairman, implementing that, but it remains a very powerful tool when your members to enhance what you call financial integrity of the borrowers. Because you cannot be freezing, unaenda Tala, unaenda branch, and then you come to the Sacco. Yeah? Because the Sacco will ask more questions. You do all this, and then you don't know as a Sacco. I think disclosure is presumed, full disclosure when you're borrowing. So by using these platforms, and there is ways you can work with them to actually address your needs so that you enhance and you support members. Some of the questions being asked, is that when a member borrows, uses the money guaranteed for business, and then, that information the members don't know because I don't disclose everything I do to my friends and colleagues. But you can, as a Sacco, you can use that to actually do more intel. If I want to do business, which business am I investing in? Is it registered? Ask those questions, and that way you can actually be able to actually use credit information platform to actually use more information and help the guarantors and the Sacco to secure themselves. There are many reforms happening, but I don't want for today. I think I wanted to emphasize the importance of the AGM and your role. The policy reforms that are coming, you'll hear them either through TV, through the newspapers, but all these are responding to the challenges that the Sacco business environment is operating in. With those very many remarks, Chairman, I want to wish you very good and productive deliberations, and commend your members for showing up in these huge numbers, and continue supporting the board by engaging them. You don't support them blindly. It's by, challenging them, the decision they make, because that is how you will avoid, the risks that at times we find being made through the decision you make. So thank you very much. God bless your Sacco as you hit 15th anniversary, and wishing you more and more as you grow and scale the heights. And God bless members of Acumen Sacco. Thank you very much.
I think we should give our guest a better clap. I believe ametuelimisha, tumeelimika na tutatekeleza yale ambayo ametupatia, si ndio? And you remember what I said in the introduction, their main interest as an individual and as a Sacco, as a regulator, is member first. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Njuguna tunashukuru, and we will continue working very closely with you for the betterment of our members and the community within which we operate. Now, at this juncture, I will ask our board members, Pauline Kamba and Jane Mumbi, to come forward and give the guest of honor a small token of appreciation. So, there is a wrap. Bwana Njuguna, tunakuomba ukaribie.
Hello members. Habari zenu tena? Bwana mmenyamaza sana. Munisalimie kwa hewa. Okay, I just want to thank the guest speaker for today. I know him personally for many years because he has been in the cooperative movement. I don't know longer than me, or I don't know, but we have met in many forums. He's a veteran cooperator, and I think we are really honored to have such a senior person coming to grace our occasion. Can we even give another clap to appreciate? Thank you.
So, Bwana Njuguna is a small token of appreciation. I've been assured by the office it is valued at less than 15,000, so you don't have to declare it to your bosses. Yeah, it's a requirement in the public service. If you get a gift which is worth more than 15 or 20,000, you must declare it. Yeah, because it may be conceived to be unajaribu kushawishi mtu badala ya kwenda mwendo mnyofu, nenda mwendo wa samaki kando kando, na hiyo hatutaki. Tunataka kufanya mambo kwa uwazi na utandawazi, sawa? Haya. Our records, we just get a proposer and a seconder for his remarks so that we can adopt it as part of our records. But that one is not subject to after that, there is no discussion. Quickly, proposer and seconder. Kuunga mkono yale ambayo mgeni wetu mkuu ametueleza. Nani anaunga? Wenye vipaza sauti, kuna watu wawili hapo tafadhali. Jina na namba ya wanachama kama unaikumbuka.
I'm Sylvester Tanui, member number 310. Thank you very much.
Okay, seconder. Marion Waithera, Oluoch Peter, kuna mtu ana jina ambalo nimeshindwa kupronounce, VHUE, sijui nitalitamka aje, alafu hilo lingine ni PNNX. Yeah, sijui kama hiyo ni password yake. Kuna Anne Wakanya, Isaac Maina, Juliet Wangeshi, David Maina, Justus Mushemi, Geoffrey Kiondo, and Grace Mogaka, and we'll keep acknowledging our members who are online. Asanteni sana, Bwana Katibu.
Thank you so much for that session. Ni nafasi nzuri sana. We have been educated, and we thank God for that. We thank you, our guests, for that good report. Now we want us to go to the next step. And the next step that we are getting into the presentation of audited accounts of the year ended 31st December 2021, and hereby call upon the external auditor to come so that he can take us through. Welcome, Auditor.
To the Board of Directors, our guests and members, good morning. Good morning. My name is Joseph Mwangi, CPA Joseph Mwangi, and I was the appointed auditor for the financial year ended 31st, 2021. So I'll take you through, and I think we can start from page number 40. Note number 2. Interest on loan and advances. For year 2021, you had 39 million compared to 29 million for 2020. Other interest income, note number 3, it was 3.5 thousand compared to 1.8. Other operating income, note number 4, it was 3 million compared to 3.2 million in 2021. Interest expenses, note number 5, proposed is 14 million, where in 2021 there was none. Governance expenses, note number 6, it was 3.8 compared to 2.6 in 2021. We go to next page, page number 42. Page number 41, note number 7. Personnel expenses was 7.4 compared to 5.7 in 2020. Finance expenses, it was a positive because of provision from loan loss, so it was a positive of 9.7 compared to 19.9 for 2020. Note number 9, investment at cost, it remained the same in 2020 to 2021. Note number 10, administration expenses, it was 9.6 M compared to 5.6 in 2020. Dividend and interest that is proposed, total coming to 17.2. Account receivable and prepayment, note number 12, it was 6.5 compared to 11.6. Accounts payable, note number 13, it is 1.0 M compared to 0.03 M in 2021. Cash and bank balances, Note number 14, it was 56 million compared to 60 million. We go to note number 15 on page number 43. In last year, members deposit, note number 16. Total, it was last year it was 257 million, but it was an improvement of 296 compared to 2020. Share capital, last year was 18M, that is 2020 compared to 20.5 million. So we'll go back to page number I think you can go back to page number 30. Statement of comprehensive income. We have gone through the note number 3, note number 2. So revenue for the year, as per the note, it was 32 million in 2021 compared to 34 million in 2020. Other operating expenses, that is personnel, governance, administration, and finance, for year 2021, it was 11.1 million compared to that 4 million. People may ask why it is high, but it's because of that provision of 21 million for 2020. Income tax, that is income expenses, payable for this year, it's 1 million compared to 0.014 for 2020. Surplus, that is the income after subtracting everything. It was 19.7 million compared to 0.021 for 2020. Dividend proposed is 2.9. We go to note number 31. No, page number 31. Sorry, statement of financial position. Go to 2020 to 2021. Cash and cash equivalent. We got it in note number 14. So for 2021, it was 56 million compared to 60 million in 2020. Account receivable and prepayment in note number 12, it was 6.5 million compared to 11.6 million in 2020. Loan to members, it was in note number 9, it was 0.15 compared to the same in 2020. Investment, it remained the same. Property, that is fixed asset property and equipment, furniture and fitting, including in note number 20, it was 5.2 in 2021 compared to 3.8 in 2020, giving us total asset of 369 million compared to 293 million for 2020. Liabilities. Members' deposit, it was 296 million in 2021 compared to 257 million in 2020. Interest and proposed dividend, it was 14.3 million and 2.9 million, of which last year, 2020, there were none. Accounts payable, it was 1 million in 2021 compared to 0.03 in 2020. Taxation, it was 1 million compared to 0.0014 for 2020. Giving us total liability of 315 M in 2021 compared to 258 million in 2020. Equity, authorized share capital, there was a gain, it was 20.6 million compared to 7.8 million in 2020. Forza share was merged as required by the Act to share capital as compared to 2020. Reserve, there was an increment totaling to 33 million in 2021 compared to 16 million in 2020. Total shareholders fund, it was 53.7 million in 2021 compared to 35.2 M in 2020. Giving us total liability to shareholders, the growth of the company or the value to 369.4 million compared to 293 M. I think those composed of the main reports. We'll go to page number 28. This concludes of what we found when we went through the books, and we're supposed to report the same to you and to the relevant authority. Report of independent auditor to the member of Acumen Saving and Credit Society. The director are responsible to fair presentation of this financial statement in accordance with International Accounting Standard and the requirement of Sacco Society Act. They are responsible to include designing, implementing, and maintaining internal control relevant to preparation and fair presentation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due, fraud, or error, selecting and applying appropriate accounting policy, and making accounting estimates that are reasonable in this circumstance. Our responsibility is to express an independent opinion on this financial statement based on our audit. We conducted our audit in accordance with the International Accounting Standard. This standard requires that we comply with ethics requirements and plan and perform our audit to obtain reasonable assurance whether the financial statements are free from material misstatement. We go to the next page, number 29, as we conclude. Report of independent auditor. These are the key matters. We had our key matters for this audit was information technology and system control, of which we advised in 2020, credit risk and implementing of loan to members and loan to members. Those were our key audit matters. Our opinion. In our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept and the financial statements give a true and fair view of the state of financial position of the society as that 1st December 2021, and its surplus and cash flow for the year then ended and complied with international financial reporting standard. Report on other legal requirements. As required by the Sacco Society, we report to you based on audit that we have obtained all information and explanation which to the best of our knowledge and belief were necessary for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, proper books of accounts have been kept by the society so far as appear from our examination of this book. The society statement of financial position and statement comprehensive income and were in agreement with the books of account. We really appreciate even for the support of the board of the directors and the staff. And if any question, we are ready to respond.
Tupigie auditor wetu makofi mazuri. Then I request we adopt the accounts. Then we get any clarification, any question, so that we can have it addressed. I humbly request for a proposer and a seconder. We adopt the accounts. Thereafter, the auditor will address, plus the treasurer, any concern from the accounts. Proposer, please. Just raise up your hand whenever you are, then we can have a discussion thereafter. Proposer and a seconder, so that we adopt the accounts for the purpose of discussion. Thank you. Check the mic, Kareche, please.
Okabi, member number 340, I propose.
Thank you so much. I humbly request for a seconder. Seconder, please. Seconder, please, so that we can discuss the accounts. Thank you.
My name is Ronald Kamau, member 805. I second.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, I want us to take the questions from the accounts. Anything that you need clarity, anything that you need to know, just raise up your hand. The auditor plus the treasurer will handle the question. And I believe, Mushir, we should have somebody up there with a microphone, because we have, I can see a hand, if I'm not wrong, up there. Or it's not a hand. Okay. Any question from the accounts? Any question from the account, please? Then the silence means we are okay with the accounts. There is a question here, Mushiri.
Thank you very much.
Note the question.
Yes, I am David Duero, member number 320. Number one is just an observation about the writings that we have seen. Some of them are not legible. So in next meeting, maybe you can make something that is more legible. In page number 29.
Page number 29.
Those writings are too tiny. They are not well legible. Then my question is on note number 10 about administration expenses. I can see there is a very big difference between the 2 years. So can it be elaborated better?
Okay, thank you. On the issue of administration expense, it will be handled. Any other question? Then, if there is there is another one. Okay, okay, fine.
Thank you. My name is Susan Dongo, member 1791. First of all, it's a request. As you explain to us the financial statements, most of us are not accountants. Please explain what they actually mean for us to be able to make more meaningful contributions. The second thing is, someone mentioned we are about 2,100 members. How many of those are actually active for us to understand how are we actually growing? Because if I registered and I don't contribute, I'm not an active member. And the third thing is loan to members in the page 29. Loan to members make 81% of our total assets. So the auditor says, in case there is an increase in default, the Sacco will be in problems. So I would just like to understand, so far, is that an issue?
Okay. I believe the auditor plus the CEO, they have noted that. Any other questions so that it can be addressed, all of them? Then okay, fine.
Ronald Kamau, member 105. I'm not an accountant, but I would like a clarification on the liabilities, page 31. Liabilities, there is this interest-bearing liabilities. I'm not sure, I don't understand that. If somebody could clarify that for me, I would appreciate. Thank you.
Okay. Interest-bearing liability, note number 11. I believe the auditor has noted that. Thank you so much. I hereby welcome the auditor to address those issues. And where you need assistance, I think treasurer is there. Moses, you have noted those questions? Okay, so the first one was the issue of administration expense. The other one was on the issue of membership and the dormancy. And the other one was on the issue of interest-bearing liability, note number 11. So those three questions. Thank you, Treasurer, then.
Happy New Year, members. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Mwangi. I'm the Treasurer. I'll handle the question on administrative expenses. Then the CEO will handle the question on interest-bearing expenses. On administration expenses, I want to focus you to page 41. Page 41. If you are there at page 41, you will notice 2020 is during the COVID period, and we had a challenge on meetings. And the second item is on members' education. 2020 we didn't have, 2020 we didn't have members' education, but we had it in 2021. You remember we were here, and we spent 525,000. The other item is on strategic planning review. Strategic planning review, you can see it down there. The other previous, our strategic plan was ending in 2020, the 5-year strategic plan. And we had to do a new one, which you remember we launched during the education day. That is another expense that came up that was not there in the previous year. Then information audit, we did an audit. The chairman, I remember the chairman mentioning it. We did a review of our systems, and there was an audit review which we paid about 180,000. Staff training and education, which did not happen in 2020. 2020 there were few interactions, so we held most of the activities that involved interactions. So those are the main expenses that made this figure go up. I don't know whether I'm clear on that. That also including some part of marketing activities. We didn't do a lot of activities in 2020. I hope you're happy. Are you okay? Let him give you the mic.
Thank you for that. It's understood that, okay, because there are some expenses that are incurred in 2021 and they were not there in 2022, but still there is an article that is bad debt written off. Bad debt written off. Hii denibaya ni gani hiyo?
There is 1.6 we provided last year. You remember during the AGM last year, there were some items that had a problem when we were transitioning from the old system to the new one, and we had an amount of 1.6 that we requested members to allow us to pay it within 3 years. So it's 1.6, and we've prorated it for 4 years. So you'll find another similar amount next year and the following year. Actually, it is 4 years. So this is the first year we are provisioning on the same. If you look at what we had requested last year, it's some items that had issues, an overstatement of some assets when we were transitioning from the old system to the new system in 2013. You're good? Thank you very much. Mr. Madu?
There was a question in interest. That was not number. Page number 31, interest bearing on liability. I'll take you back to page number 26, dividend and interest on members. There is this dividend rate on member share capital, 15%, and interest on member deposit, 5%. So we have provided 5%. So this 5% is the one that is coming to interest-bearing liability of 11. It's the proposed, the 5% on deposit.
Thank you so much. I believe that we have understood the interest-bearing liability is the amount of money that's going to be paid in terms of interest rebate to members. I think that one is okay with that. Now we can go to the next agenda, the next item in our program or our agenda is consideration and adoption of the budget of year 2022-2023. And I hereby welcome the Treasurer to take us through that part.
Thank you very much, members. I want us to go direct to page 47. Page 47. Page 47, we have a draft, a proposed budget for the year 2022. I want us to compare the second, third, and fourth columns. The first column was an extrapolation from January to August. Remember, budgeting, we do it early in the second half of the year for ease of planning. And we extrapolated the same from August to December on the second column, which is 2021 extrapolated, which is what we expected for ease of planning. Then on the third column, we have total approved budget for 2021. And the fourth column, we have total proposed budget for 2022. This is what we've budgeted for, and this is what we are proposing to members for approval. So I'll compare total actual, total budget, and total proposed for 2022. I'll just pick the headers because I know you have the booklet and you can pick the details. And the first one is non-funded income, the funded interest, which is interest from loans. We were expecting to do 30.6 million. The budget that we had set for ourselves for 2021 was 35.5 million. And we are proposing this year, we hope to do 41 million, from 30.6 to 41 million. Other income, this is non-funded income, the interest, the commissions. We did 14.2 million down there. Other income total. I want us to move together. 14.2 million is what we did this year, and we had budgeted to do 7.6, so we exceeded, and we are proposing to do 13 million for 2022. Total income, that's the total for both funded and non-funded. We did 44.8 million. Our budget, what we had proposed to do last year was 43.17 million, and we are proposing to do 2022, 54 million. We've stretched a bit. In our strategic plan, we had agreed that we will do 20% growth every year. So this year we are budgeting to do 54.5 million from 44.89. The next one is expenditures, what we are hoping we will spend. Last year we spent 6.1 against a budget of 7.9, and we are proposing, I want to do the totals for the headers. That is personnel expenses. Personnel expenses, the down there after the totals of the individual expenses. We did 7.4. We had budgeted to do spend 9.5, and this year we are budgeting to do 10.757 million. On governance expenses, we did 3.8. We had budgeted to do 3.9, and this year we budget to do 5.4, a slight increase. The next one is on operating expenses. We did 4.5. We had budgeted to do 5.8. This year, 2022, we are proposing to do 7.2 million. On financial expenses, we had budgeted to do 5.6. We did 10.7. This year, we are budgeting to do 8.5. On professional expenses, we did 210,000. We had budgeted to do 703, and this year we are proposing to do 700. Total expenses, total actual 26.7 million. Approved what we had budgeted for last year, 26.4, no, 25.6, sorry. And we are proposing this year, we will spend 32.81 million. Total income, that is the bottom line. We did 18 million. We had budgeted to do 17 million. And we are hoping to do 21.752 million this year. The next page is page 51. Let's go to page 51. Capital expenses, what we plan for this year, and hoping that you will give us approval, is to spend 8.7 on capital expenses. The items have been listed there. Thank you very much. Back to the treasurer so that you can ask any question. Back to the secretary. Sorry.
Thank you, Treasurer. We appreciate Treasurer with a clap. Thank you so much. I humbly will do the adoption. Then we can get some clarification, if any. Or we can do this, we get clarification, if any, then we get a proposal in a seconder. If there is any clarification we want from that report. If you have any clarification you need, just lift up your hand. Thank you so much. Then we get a proposal and a seconder, please. A proposal and a seconder, we adopt the budget. A proposal, just raise up your hand, okay.
Moses Kinyanjui Gisharu, member number 116. I wanted to seek a clarification on why the office is relocating the offices. Because if I'm thinking if we are relocating, then probably we are trying to reduce on the cost of the rent. Because I can see here it has been given a reason that we are trying to get an office that is strategic. And I think what we have at the moment, the office is at a strategic position. So kindly clarify on the same.
Thank you so much. Any other concern? Treasurer, please clarify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinyanjui. The relocation is, remember we now have front office. Front office is where you can put in your cash and be able to withdraw immediately. We are looking for a strategic space where we can be able to be accessible. We also have some issues with going upstairs for some of our elderly members, and sometimes it's very difficult to transact with them downstairs. But more importantly, as we grow, we need to get out to the front. We need to go somewhere where everyone can be able to see us, because where we are currently located, it's not easy even to find us. And for us to grow, you see what the banks do. If they go where the people are, where they can easily be able to be seen, so that even when you're sending someone to our location, they can easily be able to locate us in an open space. This is for our growth purposes. And remember, members, what we need is an approval so that we can now be able, if we get some space downstairs, we can be able to move. Mr. Kinyanjui, I don't know whether that is clear or any other members who thinks differently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hereby look for a proposer and a seconder so that we can adopt the budget. A proposer, please.
Sorry, let me just seek more clarification on that matter.
Okay, sir.
Has this been factored into the proposed budget? Because I see there's a total of 8.7. When you add the system upgrade, has it been factored into the current budget, the budget you're proposing for the year?
Treasurer?
Yes, it is on page 57. System upgrade 3 million. Office relocation 5 million. Computers and equipment 500. Furniture and fitting 200. Totaling to 8.7. So it's been factored.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for the clarity. I can see two more. We just take two more, please. Moshiri? And Karechebi said for the other one?
So, Treasurer, does that mean our surplus then is 21 minus the 8.7, or has the 8.7 already been factored in?
Okay, the other question?
Okay, allow me to ask the same question on office relocation. Now, where are you planning to relocate it? Will you give members a chance to discuss on the same?
Okay, thank you.
Then, for the 5 million, how the cost of 5 million, what will it cater for? Are we going to let appraise, reconstruct, appraise, or it's somebody who is going to lead us?
Okay, sawa. Treasurer, please.
Thank you. On surplus, the 21 million, this is capital expense. It's not part of the profit. So we'll pick it from, yes, it will come from the money that we will make, yes, but this is a capital expense. Ni ile pesa tunawekaga ya capital is, I don't know how easy I can be able to explain it. It's for the growth of the business, not profit. It's not, there is a difference between the profit. Profit is the interest that we are making, but capital expense is for the, it's like buying an asset. Buying an asset is not an expense. Expense is what we use to make money. Expense is what you invest so that you get, assuming you're selling, for example, fruits. There is the expense, there is buying and selling, but there is expense of transporting what you use to be able to make that profit. But when you buy, let me not use a wheelbarrow. When you tengeneza a kibanda, for example, that is not an expense. It's the the money you spend for you to be able to be in that place. But it is not part of the expense. Expense ni ile unatumia kutengeneza hiyo faida. I don't know whether I'm clear on that. The lady who was asking, you can raise your hand if you're not, it's not clear. I'm saying capital and expense are two different things. We are not making profit so that we can spend the 5 million. Profit is made out of buying the interest that we make minus expenses. Profit we make from the interest that we collect
minus expenses, you make profit. Capital is like the part, if we pay, I'm looking for a relevant example. If you put in, like we have furnitures in the office. If you buy furnitures in the office, that is not an expense. It's an asset you've acquired. So you grow your asset, you grow your value. Hiyo ni asset yako, sio ya kutumia ndio upate ile kitu ile profit una make. So every time you buy an asset, it's a capital expense. If we do partitioning, the value of that building, the way it is now been done, it grows in value. So that is that becomes an asset, and that is why it's a capital expense. Now, on relocation, the 5 million is not for buying a building. It's the partitioning that when you get into a new building, you have to make it usable for whatever that you want to use it for. Like for us, it's being used for banking hall, the offices, and those partitioning that happens in there. That's the use of the 5 million. So it's not for buying the building. Number two, when you give us the authority to relocate and allow us to spend the 5 million, that does not mean we are going to start going into the new building without involving you. That means what will happen is that when we find a building available, even where we are currently, in case the landlord is able to allow us the space downstairs, we will still consider that. And the rent, if we are paying, for example, if we are paying 100,000 this year for the rent that we do every month, it means we are looking for a house that will give us almost equivalent rent. But there are some activities that will happen in there to facilitate that building for our use. And that is the use of the 5 million, just to facilitate us to be able to use the facility that we will use. Yes, we will use members. In case a member has a building that is strategic and it is affordable, we are open. And we will be willing to possibly look at that building. And as a board, we will help to be able to acquire the best building for our business. I hope that is clear.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity. I now beg we do adopt the budget. We get a proposer and a seconder so that we can proceed to the next item. Proposer, please, and a seconder. Kareche, down fair. Kareche, please. The third law.
Macharia James 57.
Thank you so much, Macharia, for the proposal. The seconder, please.
My name is Charles Wajohi, 1344 second.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Now I beg we proceed to the next item. The next item is resolutions. Resolutions. And you allow me to read them one by one. It's in after page number 51. The proposed resolutions for 2022. Resolution number 1, appointment of auditors. The board proposes the appointment of Dilango Mwangi and Company as the external auditor for the society for the year 2022. The appointment of Dilango Mwangi and Company as the external auditor for the society for the year 2022. A proposer and a seconder for that. Is the same auditor. Is the same auditor who have audited our book in the year 2021. So we propose we appoint him for the year 2022. We get a proposer and a seconder, please.
James Mushiri, member number 246.
Mushiri proposes. Seconder, please. Front seat, or okay.
Helen Gasheshe, member 779, I seconded.
Thank you so much. Resolution number 2, maximum borrowing powers. That the board be given the power to borrow up to Kenya shillings 20 million if need analysis. If need analysis. A proposer and a seconder, please, for the same.
Nyambura Riro, member number 727, I propose.
Thank you so much. Seconder, please. Maximum borrowing power if need arises. Mushiri.
Agnes Watate Kafue, member number 399, I second.
Thank you. Resolution number 3, increase minimum share capital. The board proposes the graduated increment of ordinary share capital from the current Kenya shillings 5,000 to Kenya shillings 10,000 in the year 2022 to Kenya shillings 15,000 in the year 2023 and to Kenya shillings 20,000 in the year 2024. It's an increase of the share capital in a graduated manner.
My name is Josephat Oyamo, member number 1640. I request that you explain this further before we...
Okay, thank you so much. I request Treasurer to come and explain the advantage of the increase of the share capital. Welcome, Treasurer.
Thank you, members. I want to take you to page 31, where the Sasara CEO was trying to describe to us. Page 51. I don't know whether you remember him talking about our total shareholders' funds, the 53 million. This is your investment in the Sacco. And what it means, I know most of us, when we are joining the Sacco, we pay 5,000. 5,000 is for ownership, what the Sacco actually owns, and the worth of the Sacco. Because remember, the other money is your deposits and the loans. Now, for us to be able to meet, first is to meet the regulator's requirement, but more importantly, for the stability of the Sacco, this is what the CEO was talking about, the pillar. For the stability of the Sacco needs to own some substantial amount of money, so that even when you come to borrow, you're not necessarily borrowing the next person's money. You're borrowing the Sacco's money. Remember, whether you got the explanation where he was saying, with the loans just above there, loans to members is 300, and members' deposit is 296. So it's like a shilling to a shilling.
But the SACCO needs to own in some money. And the owning is you members owning the SACCO using the shares. What we are proposing is the growth of share ownership. And remember in the dividend proposal, when we are giving interest at, on deposits at 5%, the owner's shares, the 5,000 or the amount of share that you have in the SACCO, we are paying 15%. So it's like an investment you're putting in. It's the value of your ownership of the SACCO. So we want to grow your ownership of the SACCO to a higher amount. And the graduation is based also on the requirement of the regulator that you grow your deposits, you grow your shares as you grow your deposits. So that as your deposits goes up, then the shareholding of the company, the ownership of the company goes up. And that is the value of the SACCO. So it's not deposits, it's not the loans. The SACCO owns the 53 million. And that is what we are proposing to increase. But then you're not going to increase it once. We want to do it in a graduated manner, because if we grow without growing the ownership of the SACCO, if we grow without growing the value of the SACCO, then at some point we will not be able to give loans. But that is supposed to happen gradually, so that the strength of the SACCO, the pillar of the SACCO, becomes stronger. But that is your money. That is your share of ownership. It's unlike the deposit. It's the share of your ownership of the SACCO. You are investing to make the SACCO stronger, and the SACCO will now be able to have enough money to be able to pay, not necessarily money coming from the second person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Treasurer, for that clarity. And I believe we are okay with that clarity. And okay.
Member number
Yes.
Member number 1911, Philip. If you don't mind, I still want to ask, is this increment on us or members joining? And if it is us, if my shares are 5,000, this 10,000, is it on me, on maybe levels as you have explained, or it is new members coming in? My number 2 question is, if I'm leaving the Acumen, what happens to these shares? If I have no one to sell to these shares to, what happens to those shares? Do I lose them or what?
Okay, Treasurer, please. Any other clarity so that he can handle all in that regard? Yes, there is a question there.
Ronald Kamau.
Yes.
Member 805. In relation to the discussion about shares, how does this tie to, the increase? Does it mean that new members will have, like, for example, in 2022, to join, new members will have to pay 10,000? And how does this tie to the marketing strategy of trying to get new members? Wouldn't it be a deterrent to trying to get new members, which will also achieve the same thing you're trying to achieve with the raising the share capital?
Thank you. That question is noted. Kareche, there's another one there.
I am Michael Bwire, member 832. It is very good to increase the share capital. I appreciate that, but I want you to clarify the criteria of payment of this share capital. Is it paid gradually, or the member must pay them at once? I want you to clarify, please.
Yes, clarity on how it will be paid. That's good. It is noted. Then I believe we are okay with that. Then I can let the treasurer plus the CEO, if I need to, on the line of how it will be paid, then that issue can be handled.
Okay, thank you. My question is still on the same. It seems that by the year 2024, we are expected to be having a share capital of 20,000. So my question is now is it okay if someone is able to pay the 20K at once rather than waiting up to 2024, alipe tu mara moja? Now, the other question is, by that year, now the 2024, the minimum will be 20,000 for the share capital. Is that where we stop, or if someone have more to invest, can he add to be maybe more than 20K?
Thank you so much. I believe Treasurer has noted that. If somebody wants just to pay the 20,000, is it allowed? Or above that, is it allowed? So, Treasurer, please take over.
Thank you very much, members. I think I'll start with the last question, whether you can pay more. You will be surprised there are people who put in more than 20,000. I know there are some people who have even over $1 million. The best thing about it is that if you have $1 million, you're being paid 15% of that money. Unlike the payment that is being done on our deposit of 5%. So it's an area you can invest in. You can put as much as you would want. The assumption is that most of us remained at the entry, and then there is the element of the regulator also insisting that you have your core capital against total assets must be more than 10%. 10% of what you give. So you can invest. It's an area you can invest in. The returns are good, and then the ownership of the circle is also higher. The other question was whether all members will need, new members will need to put in 20,000. We are still allowing people to join in. As they join in, we don't want to scare away new people joining in the circle. But the request is, once you give us the approval, we'll come up with a criteria of how we are going to build up that money. Remember, it's for our benefit at the end of the day, for us to make sure that the circle remains strong. So new members will still allow them. The existing members will give you modalities on how you can be able to grow. And if you have 20,000, you can put in $1 million, anything, because the returns are good. And you own the circle more if your shareholding is also high. Can you sell your shares? Can you be given back the money that you invest in the shares? No, you won't be given back that money, unlike the deposit. Your deposit, once you exit the circle, you'll be given back. But for the shares, you can only sell them to another person, or you can allow us to look for another person to buy those shares. It's ownership that you don't get back, but it is an investment for the future. It's like the KQ, the EABL shares that we buy. You will not be given back that money, but you can sell them to another person. But the interest rate is usually high. So if the circle is doing very well, you will be paid, the return on that share is usually higher by far. Like this time I'm seeing it is more than 3 times. So you're better off when you put in more shares. And then the ownership is much more stronger. So you're allowed to put in as much as you want, but this is the minimum we are putting. Remember, as we grow, I said as we grow our assets, we also need to grow our core capital. And remember, the core capital and the chairman is reminding me that there is a bylaw that says every member shall hold at least 150 ordinary shares of 20 each. This is what we had previously, and shall be fixed by the general meeting. And this is why we are requesting you to give us that allowance. The total assets dictates the amount of core capital that we need to hold. So as we grow, and it is a good thing, As the Sacco grows, let's also grow our ownership. And as I said, you don't want a situation where you're waiting for someone to put in a deposit so that you can borrow. Remember, right now we are doing 3 times. We are exploring on doing more. So the Sacco money needs to grow. But the best thing about it is that the return on that investment is high. So it's an area that members can invest in. And at some point, I know people will be competing for those shares when we grow and we are strong enough. Thank you. I hope I've covered all the questions together. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Treasurer, for that clarity. And I go back now to the resolution. The board proposes the graduated increment of ordinary shares capital from the current 5 to 10,000 in 2020, Kenya shillings 15,000 in 2023, and Kenya shillings 20 in 2024. A proposer, please, and a seconder. With that explanation, I believe now it's very clear. We get a proposer and a seconder for the same.
Jane Joroge, member number 418, I propose.
Thank you so much. Seconder, opportunity.
Eva Cialo, 123, I second.
Thank you so much. We go to resolution number 4. Change of office location. The board seeks authority from members to relocate the office from its current location to a more strategic location, subject to availability of space and adequate budget provision. That one, Treasurer had handled. We get a proposer and a seconder, please.
Josephat Mundia, member number 0552, I propose.
Mundia, thank you. Seconder, please.
Jacqueline Mugo, I second. Number 251.
Member number?
251.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Resolution number 5. Amending bylaws. The board seeks to amend the Sacco bylaw in the line with our changed status and legal and market dynamics. The board seeks to amend the Sacco's bylaw in line with our changed status and legal and market dynamics. Amendment of our bylaws. Proposer, please, and a seconder.
Before we go to proposal and seconding, may I please
Yes.
ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is there a prescribed format of how this is going to take place? Will the amended laws be brought back to members for review that now we pass them?
Thank you so much. I humbly request Chairman to come and explain the modality of how the bylaws will be done and all the procedures that will be taken on.
So thank you, member, for that question. Now, bylaws belong to members because they are the ones who make them and they are the ones who amend them. So once we make the suggested proposals, we are going to have a forum for members to go through the proposed changes in the bylaws. So we'll have the old bylaws, and then we have a copy of the proposed changes, and they are going to be ratified by members, if possible, if time allows, clause by clause. So it's a member, we under law, we must ensure that members participate. And once we do that, then we take them to Madam Salome for registration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The public members' participation will be called upon for the document before any registration is done. You have not finished, Chairman? So, is there a proposal?
Linda Magai, proposing the
resolution.
The resolution. Member number is 1001.
Thank you so much. Seconder, please.
I wish to second member number 0189, Claire Gadel.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, members, for those resolutions. And now, I want now to give it back now to Moses, our CEO, for the presentation of our awards. Moses, you call upon the people that will be awarded, and the chairman will assist you in that.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Bwana MC. I would like to call upon the members that we want to reward for this year. Our theme for this year was 3 categories looked into and identified, including groups in these categories. So the first category was the most regular banker, and in this category, force a banker, we were looking at the number of deposits made by this individual, the number of withdrawals, and also the values. The second category, we looked at the most active group in FOSA, and we looked at the value of deposits that were made, the number of deposits, the number of withdrawals that were made. Then we have the best employer in 2021. This is an employer, an institution that has given us payrolls for their staff. We process monthly for the year 2021. So we looked at the value of the payroll and the number of employees that have been converted into members. So I would like to ask the chairman maybe to join me in recognizing the most regular FOSA banker. That is Madam Rahab Baire Mogo.
Madam Rahab is a founder board member. I think she retired last year or the other year, and she's been very consistent. And I request Mr. Kimani to give the award. Mr. Kimani is member number 4, Rahab is member number 21.
Makofi tafadhali, members. Congratulations, Rahab. We hope that you'll continue giving us those deposits. Congratulations. Yes. So for the second category, the most active group, and we have United Women of Acumen, and I would ask the representative, Ms. Cynthia Tipanko, to join us. So, Mr. Saropa, you can assist us in giving out that award. So as Ms. Cynthia comes, let's appreciate that group for the activities that they've done. We can have some music, control room. Thank you, United Women. Then the last category is the best employer for the year 2021. And we have Rongai Tiles and Sanitary Hardware. So Ms. Anne Wanjiru, Wangoi, if you are around. Ms. Anne Wanjiru. Maybe she was not able to join us. Thank you, Bwana MC. Yes, yeah.
Thank you so much. We clap for the people that have been awarded. Thank you so much. We appreciate our mom for that, for being very active in supporting the FOSA business. We thank God for you. And also the Rugaitans, we will ensure the gift gets to them for that, for paying their staffs through our FOSA business. So we appreciate so much for that. Now this time I want to call upon Madam Sarume to come and make her remarks as she leads us in erection. And please help me to welcome her here so that she can take over. She make her remarks and continue with the erection. Thank you so much. Welcome, Sarume.
I think maybe for the members who came a bit late, my name is Salome Wangoi. I'm the cooperative officer, Kajiado North Sub-County. I wish to take the shortest time possible. I know there are members who are here even before 9, na pia ninaona wengine wanaanza kuondoka. Kwa hivyo ningeomba tu mnipatie dakika zenyu chache sana. Sina mengi ya kusema. Kwanza nitaanza na kuwapongeza nyinyi members kwa kupata nafasi ya kuja kuhudhuria mkutano huu ambao ni muhimu kwa kalenda ya vyama vya ushirika. So nawapa pongezi. Napongeza board ya Acumen pamoja na staffs kwa kazi mzuri wamefanya. Mliona guest wetu jambo la kwanza alirecognize ni hii report ambayo mmepokea siku hii ya leo. Na niko sure jana ama juzi ulielezwa ya kwamba hiyo report tayari iko available kwa website ya Sacco. Si ni kweli? Ulipata hiyo message ya kusema ya kwamba report tayari iko kwa website. Kwa hivyo leo nadhani challenge kubwa imetupwa kwenyu nyinyi members. Kutokana kwa guest na pia kwangu mimi. Ninapowashukuru kusema ya kwamba ninafurahia mumesimama na Sacco yenu na pia kujitokeza kuja kuhudhuria huu mkutano ni kuonekana ya kwamba munafurahia ama munapendezwa na mahali ambapo munaekeza. Pia ile information munapewa siku ya leo ni vizuri. Angalia hiyo website, angalia hiyo report ambayo umepokea siku ya leo. Kama hujakuwa na nafasi kwa ajili ya siku nyingine iwe ni rahisi kuielewa, chukua hiyo jukumu. Sitataka kupreempt kwa sababu guest alisema mengi. Si ni kweli members leo mmeelimishwa? Actually hakuongea, aliwaelimisha. I believe the message is home. Na mliadopt hizo proposals challenge, kuna challenge ilitupwa kwa board, and I'm very sure what I take positively, na pia kwenyu nyinyi members. So remember, by the end of the day, you are the supreme authority. I appreciate the fact that hata wakati resolutions zinaletwa kwenu, you want to know ni nini hii mnatuambia tupitishe. Hiyo ni kuoneshana ya kwamba pia hamtaki tu kusema ndio, mnataka kujua zaidi ya hivyo, kwa sababu muna value mahali ambapo mnaekeza. Kwa hivyo ninawapongeza sana. Jambo moja tu ningetaka kutaja, just one from the guest speech. Aliongea about the levels of oversight. Akasema kuna board na kuna members na pia kuna management, that is the staff and the likes. Kwa hivyo kwa hao watatu unapata, kwa sababu ni rank, kuna rank, of course members wako pale juu, hapo ndipo board wanatoka, alafu hao board mnawapatia, sheria imewapatia mamlaka waende waajili wale wafanyikazi. Na kwa hiyo rank, kwa hivyo board staff wakifanya vizuri kulingana na vile wanaelekezwa na employer wake, naye huyu employer afanye vizuri, unapata pia yule member anafurahi. Na pia mimi nikiwa officer in charge ninafurahi nikiona ya kwamba Acumen inaweza kucomply na zile sheria ambazo zimewekwa, na inaweza kutimiza yale mambo ambayo hawa members wangetaka kufanyiwa. Kwa hivyo ni furaha yangu, ni furaha ya board, ni furaha ya ofisi, na ni furaha yetu sisi wote kama members tukiona sako yetu inasonga mbele. Kwa hivyo let's take all the challenges very positively. On matters of amendment of bylaws, I wish to reinstate what the chairman has said. Once the board look at those clauses ambayo wanataka iambatane na tamaduni ya saa hii. Nakumbuka already mumepata force license na mambo pia yanabadilika. Mmesikia pia kuna cooperative bill ambayo tunatarajia ipitishwe mwaka huu. So zile sheria zinarekebishwa ili ziweze kuambatana na hizi policies ambazo zinakuja na zitaletwa kwenu. Zikiletwa kwenyu, hizo minutes ambazo mtapitisha sasa wakati ule kulingana na zile clauses mtaletewa, hizo minutes ndio tutatumia kupeleka kwa ofisi ya commissioner ili aweze kuapprove. So by the end of the day you still have a stake on those bylaws, kwa sababu pia ni zenu. So don't go too worried, that one I assure you, all due process and of course legal process will be followed. And by the end of the day, I'm very sure the board is engaging legal personalities in matters of those amendments. All said and done, sijui ni kwa nini walisema elections iwe ya mwisho kila mkutano tunaenda wa AGM. But mimi usema ni kwamba labda ili ofisi nyingine nayo ikuje ichukulie kuanzia mahali tutafikisha, kwa sababu tukifunga mkutano huu tunapatia ofisi mamlaka ya kuendelea mwaka ujao. Na miaka kama 3 hivi imepita, mlipitisha mkasema ya kwamba mungetaka sasa members wenyu wawe wakiwa vetted, so that kusikue na ule labda mmekuja, unajua mimi siwajui wote, si ni kweli? Members siwajui wote. Hiyo ni kitu moja ninasimama hapa nikisema na ujasiri, kwa sababu saa zenye nimesema munichagulie ama muniproposie members, nyinyi ndio mnajua wale mnapropose. Na ikawa ni wakati board iliketi chini na ikaleta hiyo wazo kwenu, mkasema ya kwamba mtakuwa mkivet management, wale members ambao wanaingia kwa management, so that wengine wasiwe ni defaulters, wengine labda hata wameingia juzi hajui vile sako inaendelea. So tunakuwa na hiyo changamoto, and then unapata all of a sudden kunakuwa na mismanagement, labda wale wameingia hawana historia ya sako ama labda wamekosa ujuzi. Lakini kuna kitu moja ninapongeza hii board, imeinvest sana kwa member education. Hamwezi sema hamjaelimishwa. Kila mwaka kuna members education day. But members, you are shying off for seeking for these elective positions. Already mshajua mambo ya sako yenu, kwa hivyo na hamjafungiwa, na zile requirements ambazo zimesetiwa, nadhani wengi wetu tumequalify. Wakati hii notice ilitolewa tarehe 7, ninasoma notice ambayo ilitolewa na sako yenu tarehe 7 Januari mwaka wa 2022, walitangaza ya kwamba kwa Acumen Sacco board member kuna 3 vacant position na kuna pia vacant ya supervisory committee moja, na mnajua ya kwamba huwa tuna practice 1/3 rotation. Kwa hivyo 1/3 of the board of directors are supposed to retire today, and of course 1 member from the supervisory committee. When this advertisement was done, it was followed with alert SMSs informing you that there are these vacant positions, and of course it had a deadline of your submission of the minimum requirements that were provided. So, at this juncture, I want to bring to your attention of the board members who were to retire the year 2021. And from this general meeting, you give them the mandate. In case they qualify from what I'm going to read to you, mumewapatia mandate ya kuserve society for, of course they will go and sit with the board, so most likely they might go for 3 years, kwa sababu kuna ile rotational basis zinaenda pale kwa board. Kila mwaka unaona mnaletewa new faces. So the returning board member, we had our able chair, Mr. Wainaina. I think he has stepped. Oh, you have already left the position. Yeah. So, and of course we had, I can see even Madam Pauline Kamba. Pia yeye ameketi pale na amedeclare pia position yake iko vacant. And then we had the late Julius Ngamate was also to retire this year. And when this advertisement was made for this vacant position, 2 candidates applied to fill the positions of the board. So the 3 were needed, so only 2 applications were received. Out of the 2 candidates who applied, the nomination committee did their part, and 1 of the member qualified. Alikuwa meet all the minimum requirements, but the second candidate application was late. Haikufikia ile deadline ilikuwa imepeanwa ya tarehe 24 mwezi wa Januari mwaka wa 2002. Na kwa sababu hiyo committee haikutaka integrity yao ikue maybe compromised in one way or another, ama labda waje wakabeba lawama ya kwamba wana kipendeleo, lazima wangezingatia yale yalikuwa wamewekwa katika hile notice. Kwa hivyo the second applicant was disqualified for late application. So 1 candidate who qualified, among now the 2 retiring board, joins Acumen board officially. Reason being, hatuna mtu wa kugawanya hizi kura. Simesikia vacancies zilikuwa 3. Members, vacancies zilikuwa 3 na wanakamati walikuwa wanao retire, tuseme ni 2 kwa sababu mmoja ameondoka. Kwa hivyo yule ambaye amequalify anakuja kujaza kitengo cha yule aliondoka. Si ni kweli? Are we together? So today hatutapiga kura kwa sababu nyinyi mlipewa hiyo notice na leo nimewapatia changamoto. Kwa hivyo natarajia mwaka ujao nitapata application mingi na to exercise demokrasia kama vile tumeambiwa. Si ni kweli? So on that note, Mr. Wainaina Kiganya and Madam Pauline Kamba, kindly come back to your seat. Of course, you'll do your maiden speech. I give you a chance to give I'll give you a chance to just say a word as you are joined by Madam Violet Wokabi. Madam Violet Wokabi aliapply hiyo position na akaqualify, na natumai yuko pamoja nasi. Hongera sana unapokuja. Tafadhali njoo pata kiti hapa ili niwaletee supervisory committee tumalize. Notice ikasema ya kwamba tulikuwa na vacant position ya supervisory committee moja, na mkapata hii notice on time. Nobody applied. What does that mean? And we had one board member, Madam Kate Kagweria, ambaye alikuwa anafaa kuretire siku ya leo. Lakini sasa hatuna mwenye aliapply. Hapo huwa kunaendaje? Labda naweza wauliza, nisiwe mimi nimeketi nina dictate kila kitu. Kunaendaje? Ni mimi nimesema ama ni nyinyi? Si nyinyi ndio hamku apply. You see the reason why I'm telling you? So Madam Kate joins Acumen board for another 1 or 2 or 3 terms. That one, of course, there will be some internal board reconstitution in case she will be the last. Atazungukwa na wale wengine ili afikie karibu mwaka mwingine. Mmempatia ruhusa ya kuserve miaka mingine 3. So nikimalizia, ningetaka kusema ya kwamba samahani, si kutaja yule member ambaye alichelewa kuleta late application. Lakini ni member shupavu. Ninajua mwaka jana pia alikuwa amewania hiyo position, Bwana Balozi Makao. I believe there is still another chance for you. I know you are very purposed. You must have a mission and a vision for Acumen, and that's why you are aspiring. But because of that very reason, there was no anything else the nomination committee would have done except to put your application aside. So on that note, maybe please allow the chairman and Madam Pauline and Kate to say a word. Mimi nimemaliza. Langu ni kuwapatia shukrani zangu na kupatia hawa wanakamati hongera kwa sababu ya kazi mzuri wanafanya. Wacha tukuze Acumen Sacco, wacha tukuze sub-county yetu, wacha tukuze county yetu. Naona sasa tunapata wageni kutoka mbali. Mwaka jana tulikuwa na wa Ministry of Cooperative, leo tumeletewa regulators wetu, na wote wanafurahishwa na kazi mzuri tunafanya. I'm really, really impressed. God bless you. I wish you well. So Chairman, kindly say a word. Pauline, kindly come and say a word. And Kate, as the MC takes over. Thank you.
Can I suggest ladies first?
Habari zenu tena? Thank you.
turned out. I thank God for the opportunity to serve you, and I pray that it's going to be an opportunity where we're going to grow further. I think the growth that this circle has achieved, I can see we have members who've been here. I hear there is member number 4. I hear there is a member who have numbers who have been in the circle for more than 15 years. Thank you because of the foundation you laid. And I pray that as the board, we're only going to take this foundation higher with the help of God. Asanteni sana.
So washirika wenzangu, I'm very humbled by your expression of faith and confidence in our stewardship. I don't take it for granted. Na ninawahakikishia kwamba tutajikaza usiku, mchana, kuwe kiangazi, kuwe masika, kuwe joto, kuwe baridi, kuhakikisha kwamba tunatekeleza wajibu na majukumu ambayo mmetupatia. Na langu ni kuhakikisha kwamba, wajua wale ambao mnatazama boli, kuna wale mnaita managers, si ndio? You know managers, yeah? You've heard akina Arsene Wenger, who are the most prominent, kina Jose Mourinho. I always believe the worth of a manager is as good as the next game. Wacha ile imepita. So that is our biggest challenge. Are we going to be as good in the next game as we have been in the past games? That's a challenge we as a board have to confront, and we guarantee you we have to ensure that we win the next, continue winning the next games for the good of this society. Asanteni sana. The other challenge I would want to throw to the members is that we also need a mix of skills in the board. One of the skills we are lacking in this team, we don't have IT people, and we have gone fully digital. And as I told you in my speech, IT is where we have the biggest threat, right? So when these positions are announced, let's have some of these, those of you who are, wale vijana ambao mnafanya mambo ya IT, mtasaidia sana katika shughuli zetu za board, kuuliza maswali magumu kwa vijana wetu ambao wanafanya mambo ya IT, na kuhakikisha kwamba akiba na rasilimali ya wanachama wetu imekingwa na imehifadhiwa ipasavyo. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, asanteni sana. Tukienda makwetu, Mungu atuongoze, atukinge mwaka huo wote, tuendelee kukuza Acumen Sacco. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. I welcome Kate Kagwiria so that can say a word from supervisory.
Hamjambo wanachama. Last but not least, na rudisha shukrani kwa nafasi niliopewa na nyinyi members kutoka mwanzo. It has been a long journey, but I'm not yet tired. Nimejaribu ku catch up year after year to do the best that tunaweza, tukishirikiana na wanakamati wengine wenzangu watatu, na hii nafasi ya kuendelea tena tutafanya kazi pamoja as best as we have always done, na our promise, everything that we do will always be in the open. Asanteni sana, mkuwe na mwaka mwema.
Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi mazuri. Is the honorary katika hiyo committee. Kwa hivyo tuwashukuru. We are almost coming to an end, and before we take the AOB, I would humbly request our CEO to come and confirm to us when and how are we getting our dividends and interest rebate? Welcome, CEO.
Thank you, Bonasi. MC, for our dividends, you will get your dividends and rebates from Monday, that is 7th. So from 8 a.m., you can be able to access your dividends. You will get alerts on the same. You'll be able to get a statement showing how your dividends were calculated. That information will be available to you from the office or through, it can be sent to you via email. So the dividends will be paid from Monday. As for your lunch allowance, the lunch allowance will be sent to you, to your phone that you registered with at the registration desk within the next 30 to 40 minutes. So itakupata kama unaenda nyumbani. So thank you very much for the support that you've given to us. We hope that this year will be a good year, like we had last year, that we encourage you, especially on the FOSA side, use those FOSA accounts. Bank with us and we'll give you value for your money. Take loans from us. Usikende kuchukua loan M-Shwari when we have a mobile loan that is available to you. So please patronize our products so that the society can be able to grow. As for the shares, we've deliberately decided to pay a higher rate of 15% on our shares. So we're encouraging you to invest more in shares, buy more shares, and you'll get the reward. You'll get the reward as time goes by. So on that regard, I wish to thank you for attending our meeting and wish you a good day.
Thank you so much. Allow me now to take the AOBs. The AOBs, tafadhali, if you have an AOB, it will be recorded. It will not be discussed, but it will be recorded for the next meeting. Please, if you have an AOB, just lift up your hand. Thank you so much.
There are our members who are following us on YouTube. Grace Mogaka is saying live chat questions should be projected to all audiences so that their views and questions can be taken into consideration. Yeah. So projection of questions. Then she had also said there is need for timely SMSs. Apparently, there are some of us who keep changing their phones. So when SMSs are sent, you don't get them. So she's talking about timely SMSs. We need to send timely SMSs. On your part, dear members, ensure that you update your telephone contacts. The other one, there's another person who was asking whether we are going to brand, so we are going to take it up as a matter arising. Then there was also a suggestion still by Grace Mogaka that we need to revamp our website to make sure that it is interactive. Inamaanisha kwamba ule mtandao wetu unaweza kutuma maswali na ujibiwe na uwasiliane moja kwa moja na ofisi yetu. I think those are just the issues that have been raised online. And for those who are online, asanteni sana kwa ushirika wenu. And they include Isaac Maina. DJ, Isaac anasema hakuna sound.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Now I want us tuwe na nafasi ya kuomba. Na kabla tujaomba, ninashukuru sana kwa sababu ya your patience na vile mumeweza participate katika the discussions and every agenda of the day. Mungu wa uzima awabariki. You have made it to be a good day ambayo tumefurahia sisi wote kwa sababu tumejihusisha katika biashara ya Acumen Sacco. Mungu awabariki sana. Na kwa hayo mengi, na nashukuru sana, mjisikie ya kwamba nyinyi ndio wenye Acumen Sacco, na inaposonga sisi wote tunasonga. Kabla sija mwalika atakaye tuombea, ninataka kurecognize Mary from CIC. Naweza simama, inue tu mkono kwa sababu aliingia kama amechelewa. Thank you so much. Tumpigie makofi mazuri from CIC kwa sababu ya kufika. Nilikuwa nimeona Reverend Gekonyo mahali alipo, anaweza simama atuongoze kwa maombi tunapomaliza. I had seen yes, mpelekea yeye microphone so that he can lead us with our closing prayers.
Tuombe, na kama tunaweza simama inaweza kuwa vyema. Baba yetu, twakushukuru mchana wa siku ya leo. Asante kwa sababu ya vile ulituita na sisi zote tukafika, na ukatupa viongozi wenye wametuongoza na wakafanya siku ya leo ifanikiwe, na investment yenye tumefanya katika Acumen ikatuletea mazao. Kwa hivyo tunaomba, bariki viongozi wetu, bariki wafanya kazi wote wa Acumen, wabariki members wote. Na kama vile neno lako linasema utabariki kazi ya mikono yetu, naomba wabarikie vikapu vyao, wabarikie kazi ya mikono yao kuwe na mazao. Na hivyo Bwana, tunapoondoka hapa, tunaondoka tukiwa na baraka zako kila moja wetu. Na ni kwa jina la Yesu tumeomba na tumeamini.
Amen.
God bless you.
God bless you so much. Muwe na mwaka ambao umejawa na baraka za Bwana, na Mungu alinde jiani tunaporudi manyumbani. God bless you so much.